And we're live. Alright. We're gonna mute that so we don't have the double. And we're gonna test out some streaming here. Let me know if anybody has any issues. And yeah. Let's see, make sure everything seems to be working. Actually, before I do that, I want to properties. I don't think there's a way I can do just the game, is there? Let's this doesn't seem to say anything about audio. Because I know last time I streamed, it didn't seem to capture the actual game audio. Now, maybe if I go... no, doesn't seem to let me cut it to just the game. Oh well, that's fine. We just won't have anything in the background. Alright, everybody. Grumpy Old Nord. We're gonna play some Star Trek Online. And I wanted to do something... well, I want to do something special because I am a big fan of the Foundry. I'm gonna... let's see here. And I want to do some Foundry missions. Specifically, I want... oh, I failed that. Lame. I want to do a run-through of a specific series of Foundry missions. First, let's check to see if the last one is still under review. It is. It's only gotten 3 reviews so far. That's unfortunate. Alright, so that is the last one we'll be doing. The first one we'll be doing... and actually, this begs a question. I know Apex is a part of the story by Gorgonops. I believe it is either... okay, so Apex comes before Epoch. So that means we're going to start with Apex. Hello, Fleet Admiral Carter. I hate the whole you're a Fleet Admiral thing. I refer to Carter as Captain. He is a captain. Captain Carter, this is Lieutenant Gamakti of Starbase Magellan. We've got a situation here. A ship of unknown origin has been discovered adrift in the Archer system. The spectral analysis returned on 85% match to Ancient Iconian. It could be a chance convergence between two cultures, or we may have a discovery on our hands with major implications for the Alliance. Either way, we need you here to oversee the pending expedition. Starbase Magellan out. Apex is an exploration mission built for the AEI Community Challenge. It has a reasonably short runtime, but lots of optional dialogue. No other mission is required to play. And yes, we will be reading all of the optional dialogue. We're going to accept and, oh hey look, we're already there. You can tell what I was doing this morning. Let's have a look-see. You know, it occurs to me, that's not what I'm looking for, that's what I'm looking for. I should probably... I really need a dual monitor setup. It would make this a lot easier. But I think what I'm going to do instead... I have this handy dandy little supercomputer in my pocket. We're going to open her up. And we're going to clear all notifications, clear all apps, Twitch. And we're going to have this open in front of me. Perfect. And we're going to plug this in so I don't drain my battery. This way. Oops, sorry about that. I'll go away. Alright. This way I'll know if there's anything going on in the chat. Eventually, I will be streaming a lot more often, and I want to have a better setup. I'm going to move this. Begin Apex. Sir, we're approaching Starbase Magellan. Captain Mercer would like to speak with you as soon as you arrive. Mission note, Apex was built with Lighting 1.0 in mind. Lighting 2.0 works just fine, but the author feels that 1.0 carries the better style for this particular mission. Well, since you put it that way, let's, believe it's under display? No, graphics. Lighting 2.0, off. Off. There we go. Apply. Okay. This is what the game looked like when I first started playing a few years ago. And this is Captain Carter's standard away team. Introductions might be in order. Doc Harley Warren. He was a field medic back when Carter was a Starfleet Marine, and was actually the individual who first recommended him for enlistment in Starfleet Academy as an officer. And they have been best friends ever since. Doc Warren is Carter's mentor, almost father figure. And as soon as Carter was put on the command track, he pulled every string, did every favor he needed to make sure that Warren was always at his side. When he was given command of his own ship, he was his first choice for Chief Medical Officer. Oh, we got something in the chat. Oh, I recognize some of these names. Hey guys, and Gorgonops. Welcome to the stream. I am going to seriously mangle the pronunciation of everything you wrote, and I apologize terribly in advance. But that's Doc Warren. Science Officer Asenath Waite. She is a recent addition to the crew. She is one of the few people that Carter did not individually vet before she was added to his roster. There's a story there. Unfortunately, with the sunsetting of the Foundry, I will never get to tell the story I wanted to with this crew. I had many plans, many ideas. In fact, this is why the sunsetting of the Foundry really hurts me. was I really wanted to do a series of Foundry missions about Captain Carter and the crew of the USS Providence. But fiction is always an option, and I imagine there will be some things I do in the future to tell this story. So Asenath Waite is one of the big unknown elements about Carter's crew. Chief Heather West. I'm sure by now some of you might be detecting a theme to Randall Carter's crew. Chief Engineer of the Providence. She technically is a commissioned officer, but she refuses to be acknowledged by her rank. She is a chief. She will always be a chief. Her core philosophy is anything that keeps her next to a warp core, she will do. And Carter has been prone to make sure she stays on his warp core. Tactical Officer Lieutenant Commander Saya Kusanagi, probably one of the few characters on this roster that is not a direct Lovecraft reference. She is my little nod to being a long-time weeaboo. And she is probably, next to Carter, the most full-fledged character on the roster. And is actually one of many of my alts that I also play as besides Carter. So, that's the standard away team. Let's get down to business and not defeat the Huns. We're going to play some Apex. By the way, I apologize for the sniffles and all that. I don't have a cold or anything. I just kind of have a little congestion issue going on. Not sure what's up with that. It probably sounds horrible on the mic. So I'm sorry for going quiet. I was reading the chat. A lot of people I've noticed never paid much attention to the Foundry. It really seems like the Foundry was kind of a niche in the Star Trek Online community, and honestly I don't know why, because that was one of the big selling points for the game for me. I'd known about the game for years. My original gaming PC couldn't run it, which I know every time I tell people that, they're just like, what were you running, a potato? Yes, I was running a potato. It somehow managed to run Skyrim and GTA 4, and that was just barely, and I don't want to get into the long history of crashes and when I accidentally bricked the motherboard. Yeah. But I got an upgrade and decided to give Star Trek Online a chance, and when I found out about the Foundry, I got super excited. And yeah, I never did as much with it as I wanted to. I have a couple couple projects sitting there that I was poking and prodding at for a while, but creativity is kind of a bitch for me, and I hadn't really touched it in quite a while. But yeah, it is very sad to know that I will never get to do what I had hoped to do, and I honestly feel that losing the Foundry is a big loss for this game and its community, which is kind of surprising that so many people didn't mess with it. So, but I'm gonna try not to wax too much on that subject. Let's play this. Talk to Mission Information Cat. Oh my god, yes. This was actually one of the first Foundry missions I played when I started playing the game a couple years ago. And I remember this cat, and I got such a kick out of it. Greetings and welcome to Apex. This mission was built for the Alliance Exploration Initiative Community Challenge. Consequently, it has a relatively short runtime, but numerous optional dialogue interactions intended to add greater depth and character to the story. These are not required to understand the basics of this mission. However, in the vein of true exploration, not all of the answers are directly handed to you. I invite you to think about what you see and experience, to build connections on your own initiative, for that says a little something about life. With that, I hope you enjoy Apex. Thank you, Gorgonops. Let's see. Captain Mercer. Let's before we talk, let's look around here. You know what? We're gonna tell these guys to hold back next to the cat for a little bit. We're gonna look around. We have a Ferengi shuttle, a bunch of crates. Is it just me, or is like every crate in this game the standard loot crate, just without the loot crate decal? Is that a thing? I've noticed. I'm not sure if that's actually a thing. I mean, obviously we have these. They're pretty ubiquitous, but this crate. This is the crate you always see. I'm getting sidetracked. Ah, Captain Carter. We're so fortunate you could join us. I'm Captain Mercer, CEO of Starbase Magellan. Commander Koga is waiting for you in Ops. He'll be handling the technical aspects of your mission. Well, thank you, Captain Mercer. I must say we are worried here. The derelict ship has the potential to change the nature of our mission just as it's about to begin. If it proves to be Iconian, the Alliance won't be able to ignore the strategic complications. One way or the other, Captain, I hope you settle the matter soon. We will, don't worry. I know you'll do your best. Now, Commander Koga is just up ahead. You'd best speak with him. Understood, Captain. Who is this? Is that a pack lead? That is Commander Dennis. What is the rank insignia? Ah, Rear Admiral. I suppose I should tell my team to follow me. Now, it occurs to me streaming at native resolution might be causing a little bit of lag. I might change that here in a minute. This kind of reminds me of, what is it? Is it the Ops at the Fleet Starbase, the Federation Fleet Starbase? Kind of gives me that same feel, that same vibe. Just kind of checking out the characters. Oh, a very suspicious looking Nausicaan. Seriously, it's the exact same pose the suspicious Romulans on New Romulus have. I feel like I should have a click to out him or something. This gives me the feel of the oh, what did they call it? The display table in engineering on the Next Generation. You know, I expect to see Geordi and Data and old Reginald Barkley having a bit of a discussion right here. Kind of cool seeing oh, we got Romulan consoles, Federation, and KDF consoles. This is kind of a cool little. It occurs to me, I don't think you actually see anything like this in the actual game when it comes to the Alliance. I think just about every like mutual alliance meetup is or not meetup, but what's the word I'm looking for? Base or whatever. It's always either each faction's own tech, or it was like the Dyson or Alachi or whatever. I'm going to move my phone so I actually have the chat in front of me. Let's see. Ah, Yggdraheim. Life is interesting since the move. Bit of adjusting. For those who don't know, I a couple months ago moved cross country from the northwest to the southeast, and kind of mostly adjusted now, settled in, working a new job, new routine. Um, well, the routine isn't really that different from what it used to be. Go to work, come home, play computer games. Go to work, come home, play video games. I guess that one constant will always be there. And yeah, other than just the adjustments and getting used to the new environment and such, it's going pretty good. Thanks for asking. Or to quote my favorite, one of my favorite South Park characters, I'm super. Thanks for asking. I just thought of something. I was gonna have music playing in the background, but I don't want the video getting muted by Twitch on replay. So I'm going to turn my... Oh, that's a little loud. How's that? We'll go 5%. 5% is good. If that's too loud, I can turn it down some. Okay, I think I've poked around and wasted time enough. Let's talk to Koga.
This isn't what we agreed.
Starfleet's interests are quite clear. The ship represents a potential threat, and we will do everything in our power to secure it. That's one of the things with Gorgonops' Foundry missions I noticed that I absolutely love, is he constantly gives you the option to either just observe and remain silent or intrude on the conversation. And every time I play one of these, I remain silent.
My people found it, and they can still...
Do what, exactly?
There will be a price for this, Koga.
I hope I'm not interrupting. You're not. Is your ship ready to leave? Leave to where? I haven't been given much information. No, that would be too much to hope. A ship has been discovered in the outer system. Spectral analysis gives one partial match. Ancient Iconian. Starfleet intelligence will lead an operation to secure the target and recover any assets that may be on board. Your job is to provide transport and security to the away mission. How did we get records about Ancient Iconia? So now, the look he's giving me, because I'm not sure how old this mission is is he giving me this look because it's clandestine, covert information, or because I was there? Okay, so it's because I was there. So why me? It was the one concession we had to make to the Alliance. Starfleet intelligence will act in the best interests of the galactic community, but since they couldn't take that on faith, the other powers requested a trusted figure be involved to see fair play. Don't get carried away, though, Captain. It's still our mission. Well, what do we expect to find? I couldn't say. Now, are you ready to leave? I still have more questions. And I don't have time to indulge them. Collect the rest of our away team from the station lounge, and let's be off. Very well. This away. Yeah, that's why I stopped, and Gorgonops says it can be read both ways technically, but what I had most in mind was that the player was there, and that was my first thought. Was this is not where I'm supposed to go. I got distracted by chat and wasn't paying attention, and I got to pull the map up. Okay. Yeah, that was my first thought, was that he knew I was there. That's... Duncan is probably facepalming right now watching me do this. Especially considering I have played this before. It's just been a while. I was saying something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, I remember this. I think I even... Oh. After all this time, Tom, and that's the first thing you say to me? Okay, yeah, this congestion. I have this thing, I play a lot of D&D and tabletop RPGs, and I've gotten pretty good at affecting different voices for different characters. Unfortunately, I've got a little congestion right now, and it's kind of screwing with that ability, so I'm not going to do what I would normally do. What was I supposed to do? Applaud you for throwing a nosy Riemann across the lounge? You, of all people, should be able to control a reaction like that. Excuse me, what's going on here? Captain Carter, just a minor altercation. No lasting damage or interspecies complications. Call it an unfortunate cultural exchange. I'm sure they'll be able to reconcile their differences when we get back. Are you the exploration team? I guess we are. Commander Lily Vallon, Starfleet Intelligence. The other officer is Captain Tom Sandoval, Starfleet Security. Are the two of you ready? I presume so, sir, unless you have further questions. Very well, we'll get underway shortly. I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. Because I just suddenly was flashed back to this. I remember... the first time I played this, I think I even tweeted about this. How the attention to detail to having a named NPC just kind of chilling outside. I thought that was so cool. And I am curious if there was a story behind this NPC, Jenna Romaine. So Duncan says she is, he thinks, one of the characters we pulled from STO that had occupied a location cut from the game. I'll have to check that out on the wiki. That is a nice little detail, though. I remember that very distinctly the first time I played this, which was probably a good 2 years ago. Oops. My phone is sitting on top of that shift key. That's not going to work. Alright. Back to the actual story. It was for science. All for science. Station security, we have a situation in the lounge. Commander Chathat here. Does it involve Dr. Heltaki? How did you know? Heltaki's been conducting psychological experiments, key to an argument he's been having with the station anthropologist. I'll send someone to collect him immediately. Thank you, Commander. So, someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Drogon, Admiral Bobo goes to war. I have had a long-standing joke anytime I address a Cation in-game. I always say, thank you, Commander Kitty, or yes, Commander Kitty, something along those lines. And I damn near just said that right now. Alright, let's talk to the belligerent person. Who, by the way, I don't know if you noticed the coloring, Captain Carter is Starfleet Intelligence. I wonder if it's possible they know each other. What a day. Sorry, Captain. My record will state that I don't make a habit of throwing personnel. Care to explain what happened? He just got way too close. Look, I just want to put the stupid matter behind me. If I need to put something down in a report, I will. But for now, I'd like to get to our mission. Very well, Commander. Is there anything you need to know, sir? I've been briefed on the details of our assignment, and I'm comfortable with where the facts stand. You could answer a question. Yes, sir. What do you know about our mission? An Alliance vessel discovered a composite signature near Archer's gas giant. On closer inspection, they found the ship. With the partial match to ancient Iconian, the captain notified the Alliance of the find. And that's about it, sir. Since then, it's just been a matter of getting this mission together. What ship made the discovery? IKS Yunnan, if I recall correctly. They were scanning for resources of possible use to the AEI when they detected the derelict. For what it's worth, the crew checks out. Koga ran a full background suite as part of our preliminaries. Let's just say I'm not a member, but it's an upstanding ship, all things considered. What do you mean? Oh, it's just Nausicaan stuff, sharp implements and the many uses thereof. I'd be lying if I said that members of the crew didn't have a criminal history, but on balance, the Yunnan's a good fit for the AEI. I see. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir? There's one more question. Yes, sir. What's your record? I was commissioned 5 years ago. Originally, I was assigned to Starship Operations Engineering Section. I made it all the way up to Chief Engineer before things changed. I applied to intelligence training about 2 years ago. This will be my 4th operation with SI. Any experience with Iconian technology? Some, but I wouldn't call myself an Iconian specialist. My role in this mission was going to be technical support before Koga stepped in. Ostensibly, this is now a joint operation, but he's definitely taken the lead. It's not a problem, sir, but I thought you should know that having 2 operatives assigned is not typical. I see. No, I will see you on board. And this fine, dapper-looking gentleman from Starfleet Security. Kind of curious about the reason for the coloring of the dress uniform. Ah, okay. Solanae coloring. Makes sense. Look, sir, I'm really sorry about that. Provoked or no, this is not something a captain like you needs to be confronted with just before a mission. Why are you apologizing? Commander Valen and we know each other, and present circumstances have a lot to do with me. It won't affect the mission, sir, I promise. Just, I don't know what Lily's been going through, and I hope if there's a problem that some accommodation is made. She's a great officer. You haven't spoken with each other in some time, I take it. No, Captain, we haven't. But we have an Iconian ship to take care of. Starfleet Security is here to provide mission support. If there's politics on that ship, we don't want any part of it. We're just here to see everyone pull through, and that the Quadrant knows if something's in store for it. Can I ask you a question, Captain? If it's necessary, what do you want to know? What do you know of our mission? I was briefed on the ship, but I've also been listening to what people have been saying on the station. This find could change the nature of their mission. They're worried, and a few have been trying to continue the investigation while waiting for you to arrive. Anything I should know? Not unless you want to hear every theory from future relic to Tal Shiar plant. The spectral analysis is the most telling part. Damage to the vessel makes visual identification a mugs game. Mugs, cups, okay, 3-card money. That says Ancient Iconian, and unless we find something to the contrary over there, that's probably what'll be attached to the official report. Do you believe it? We're in the right region of space for something like this to show up. The Iconians held the galactic empire, but it was most densely concentrated around their homeworld. Over history, one ship gets lost, and it takes a massive infrastructure project on the periphery of everything we know to run into it. Yeah, I think it's Iconian, but I'll be a lot more comfortable saying that once we get on board. I see. Will that be all, sir? I have one other question. What's your record? 5 years in Starfleet, the last 2 in security. I made captain early, you can thank the war for that, and received a commendation for actions above the call of duty. You can thank the Borg for that. The Borg. The early part of the career, I was in command of a starship at Vega. Light cruiser, mostly doing supply runs. The Ohio just happened to be in orbit when the Borg moved in. How did the ship fare? It didn't last long. The crew reached the escape pods in time, but we lost a few people in the fighting on the surface. I did my part, but the role wasn't right for me. As soon as I could, I joined security. I'm glad to say I've had a productive career since then. Is that where Commander Valen... It's in the record, sir. Yes, that's where she was assimilated. That's all I'm saying, though. I see. Will that be all, sir? Yes, I'll see you on board. Let's see how much more optional dialogue there is around here. Because I do remember this mission having a lot. I'm still drunk to fairy chick. Doc? Really? That's where you... you know what? We're just gonna ignore that. I remember there being a lot of interesting speech bubbles and optional dialogue when I ran through this. I like how the Romulan operative... Oh, officer. I thought it said operative. But still, I like how he's just chillaxing. Hey, she looks vaguely familiar. I wonder who that could be. A Talaxian scanning a Horta. Nothing unusual going on here. Let's see. That's a cool looking console. We're ready to get underway as soon as you're back on board, sir. Coordinates locked and engines primed. Very good. Beam me directly to the bridge. Let's check on the chat. Well, it's a very snazzy looking uniform if I do say so myself. That is one thing about the Foundry that has always bugged me, is the load screens take forever. USS Miskatonic, you are cleared for departure. Be careful out there. Thank you, Captain. Oh, So, a little backstory. The Miskatonic is the first ship that Carter served as a command officer. He was the first officer. And that's just... I have it as one of the, alternate ships that he has. And it is the Tier 6 Fleet Arbiter, and it is fun to fly, but it is not his main ship. I just happened to be cruising around in it last night and this morning. Warp to the outer system. Nausicaan Raiders! What are Nausicans doing here? A complication. Kill them, disable them, avoid them completely. It doesn't particularly matter. Just make sure we reach the Iconian ship first. Understood? I'm a sucker for the pew-pew, especially since I'm in my pew-pew ship. Well, I know what one of my endeavors for the day was. Oh, I probably should have mentioned, I play all my story missions on Advanced. Because my build is, well, it's no first place DPSer, but it's not your standard starter build. to have taken care of all... Oh, nope, nope. We got a few hostiles over here. There she is. Let's get a closer look at this. Oops. Okay, that's got to be annoying to watch. Alright, I think I see. I'm not sure what the texture is, but I recognize the ship shape. The ship shape. It's still dormant. Good. Carter, prepare the away team. We'll beam over at once. Acknowledged. Carter is not the type of captain to ask if it's safe. Coordinates set, sir. We'll try to keep a constant lock on the away team. Energize. Enjoy your conference call, Duncan. And I am a fan of doing things the way they were intended to be done, for the most part. So, of course, biting 1.0 since it was suggested. Do. It's a loading screen. Oh, yeah, I should probably warn you all. I kind of do silly stuff like that sometimes without thinking about it. We're clear, sir. How should we proceed? Tag any data systems you find. They should be concentrated towards the ship's bridge. I'll review them before we commit any more personnel to this operation. Well, what will you be doing? There are assets here which are in need of my attention. I do not require your assistance or desire your presence, Carter. If a discovery is made that affects you or your crew, you'll be informed. Otherwise, remember that this is an intelligence operation. I figure that's why I'm here. Understood. Ah, yes. I remember this. Let's just take a moment. Things like this. One of the biggest things I'm going to miss about the Foundry. There's not a lot of moments in the main game where you get just really cool little things like this. And when they are there, it's kind of like the Pavo map. It's right there in your face. You can't miss it. This is, you have to be looking, and when you see it, you're just, that's cool. Alright, I digress. That's an interesting effect. Tricorder scan result. Organic complex is suspended in an unidentified matrix. Second order pattern probability 0.92. Baryon field detected. Interaction factor 0.99. Variance 2.72 times 10 to the 50th power. I suck at math. I have no idea. Decay rate error. Review error. Decay rate value cannot equal 0. System recommendation level 3 diagnostic on antenna field buffer. Run the diagnostic. Status nominal. Please consult your nearest technical advisor. Wait, that's your job. I guess she doesn't know. There's one thing, you know. So I am a longtime Elder Scrolls fan, and one of the things I absolutely love about those games is the fact that you can switch between first and third person at the push of a button. I really wish we had a first-person option for this game. It would make screenshots so much cooler to take in-game, and just there are times I wish I could go first person. Okay, seriously, get there. All right, they're not going to cooperate with me. I digress. And the stars scattered like embers from a flame. The night grew cold, but forever there would be the memory of warmth and light. This place is an epitaph for the civilization that built it, Captain. The Iconians have made their presence felt in other ways. Yeah, they have. But take a look around you. These consoles, the style, the layout, some of the systems show a resemblance to Iconian architecture, but it's lost in the noise of everything else. What's your conclusion? This is not an ancient Iconian vessel. The species may have been influenced by the Iconians, but it doesn't seem likely that they were part of their empire. What about the spectral analysis? Koga said the match on the outer hull was somewhere around 80%. I'm only reading 40. It's suggestive, but nothing more. I'm not sure why Koga would have been drawn to the Iconian conclusion. What does that mean for our investigation? Ahead of us lies a new mystery. The ship isn't Iconian, but the question is who else might have comparable technology. You should relay the news to Koga before he goes too far down the wrong path. There is no response. Communications are down. I think it's just interference from the systems coming back online. I'll be able to find a way through once things stabilize. Understood. I'll head to the aft section. Remember, Captain, he's just a commander. If push comes to shove, we know when to give. We know when to give for the sake of the mission, whatever it may actually be. Noted. I am going to poke around, though. Inorganic tissue integrated with ship control systems. Connections... numbers. Sorry. Holographic processors detected. Psychographic relays detected. Recommendation: do not approach unless interface is intended. It's okay to speak now, Tom. Didn't I say something when Captain Carter arrived? You've been quiet since. It's not like you. It's been a while, Lily. You used to jump at stuff like this. Remember the exobiology field component? You went all the way to that festival, Kanath, just to see the... Is this really the time? I guess not. That was one of the things I really liked about this mission. The way Gorgonops handled the story between these two, I thought was kind of neat. It's something you don't see a lot in this game, that's for sure. Walk, walk, walk. Walk, walk, walk.
The shattering pain, it begins again. Stand down. Once I touched the fire, now many hands grip eternity. It will end. It will end. It will end. Do not approach. There will be an end to pain.
Yeah, Carter shoots.
How it clings to the lies.
Well, either it sealed with an explosive, or that hit really hard. By the way, if it seems like I just kind of start wandering in a weird direction, my mouse is slowly dying. Occasionally, the sensor kind of cuts out. Sir, what's happening? Koga's dead, and there's a hostile alien on board. I see. Try signaling the Miskatonic. The hull's been refracting the lower bands, but the upper should be clear now. No response. The interference, it might not... Damn it, it's not incidental background radiation. Our communications are being jammed. Try using the ship's communication systems. Do we know how the interface works? Please, Captain, just try. I'll do my best. Access permissions denied, untouched by our transcendent. Fleeting sanctuary is offered. Sanctuary? The opens go before. The ship's interior configuration has changed. A new section just opened after the bridge. Are you reading the alien? They have massed on the other side of the barrier. It's not holding up well. Are you sure we're cut off? If Commander Valen says so, then yes, we're cut off. It would also be too much to hope the hand signals at the windows would get through. We're trapped, Captain, and the only way out is to move forward. Let's investigate the ship's offering. It's a gateway, Captain. There's no way to tell where it leads, but considering the barrier is about to give way, I vote we take possible life over certain death. Come on, it's not going to get any easier waiting here. Alright, now what? I'm not sure. Contact protocols dictate that... Contact? Does it look like anyone's here, Tom? No people, no habitations, just all this. Isn't that the point? Escape ship, avoid death, deal with our situation, and maybe learn something along the way. Are you sure it's gone? Can you promise me it won't follow us? No, we're still in trouble, Tom. It's still just us against whatever that thing has in store. So please, don't patronize me by saying things are going to be alright. Officers, this isn't the time. Apologies, Captain. Between the ship, Koga, and how we got here, you understand that it's a lot to take in. Stay focused on the mission. This is what we're here for. At least these still work. I'm reading an anomalous alloy trace nearby. I don't see what else we can do now, but have a look. Note, in addition to the primary objectives, this map features many additional dialogue contacts. What about the alien from the ship? A security lockout is too much to hope for. We should assume that alien knows that ship better than we do. If it's intent on it, it'll find a way to follow us. Stay vigilant. Do we know how far we traveled? There's no way to tell. We could be somewhere near the Archer system, or Commander. Or we're very, very, very far away from home, Captain. Please, we should start looking for a way back. Let's see what's out here. If If I remember right, the first time I played this mission, I spent a long time exploring this map. No reading. Scan again. No reading. Let's see. Confine scan to photonics. No reading. Oh. I can't. Aw, sad face. Alright. One of those, if you get it wrong the first time, you don't get another shot. View species record. Species 2-FEA-686. Self-designation Taffet. The Taffet clung to the edge. Their world trailed along its galactic arm, almost brushing the great void. Their civilization grew, but with push forward found itself pushed back to the margin. Other species, other civilizations, they colonized the body of the galaxy, leaving precious little for the Taffet to toil for. They were therefore the first to meet the outside enemy in the Second Epoch. The Taffet fought to insulate the galaxy from the carnage that spilled onto their homelands. As they fell, the others looked on as if this was a special fate, a special death, reserved only to those they had despised for so long. It was the universe setting itself right. It was when the enemy pushed inwards that the galaxy knew what rot this was. Perhaps in the end there was self-reflection, but we know the outcome. May the Taffet rest in the recollection of eternity. Well then. Yeah, if I recall, there are a lot of things like that on this map. Gorgonops put a lot of work. Apparently there's weeds growing through this stone. But Gorgonops put a lot of work into this. And I bet I have not actually found everything there is to find on this map. Like, this map, speaking of Elder Scrolls, though the way he designed this mission, it feels almost like you're exploring Tamriel. There's just, you don't know what's out there, what's behind any nook, any cranny. And obviously you're not going to find a treasure chest, but who knows what lore you'll find. Things like this. Things like this, man. What's this? Inspect wounded organism. Here, hand me a dermal regenerator. We only have a couple of those, Tom. Right now, who needs it more? I'm sure it's just nature. It's our nature to help. He's not wrong. Do you really think you can do something? I have to try, Lily. After everything, I want to do something unambiguously right. Ah, there we go, little fella. I'm sure it is as appreciative as its neurophysiology allows. Well, if its appreciation means a better chemical equilibrium, then I'll gladly take that message of thanks and respond with the customary "you're welcome." The translator might have difficulties with that one, though. Tom, you said you wanted to do something unambiguously right. I did, didn't I? It's not about Vega this time, is it? No, Starfleet security. You must know this by now, working with Intel. Every fight has at least two parties. Every crime, a victim, and a perpetrator. For society to work, those who step out of line have to be pushed back. For each act of justice, there's a life disrupted. It may have been disrupted for stupid, selfish reasons, but taking someone in for smuggling or data violations often leaves family and friends behind during rehabilitation. And there's really no getting around that, except to repeat the mantra that it's for the collective best. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry, Lily. I didn't mean collective like... I know, Tom. I was just thinking about my last assignment. Security, intelligence, these weren't our first choices. But we continue on. Through the turmoil, there's hope that one day things will turn out all right. That maybe, at the end, someone's going to be there who can understand what it meant to you. That looks like... Nope. I feel like there's a bunch of stuff over here. Yep, there's something right there. Species 5-QCI-914. Self-designation, Gavik. Traders, farmers, writers, soldiers. It is the lattermost which became the connotation of their name. In the hated depths of war, Gavik was shouted across subspace. With it carried images of wild, remorseless carnage, which the Gavik knew little of. Their species' brief venture into the interstellar brought them between empires. They found themselves on the side of one, but the other proved the victor. In trying to justify the outcome, the survivors called the Gavik monsters, wild and unsophisticated. Such lies became the Gavik's legacy. With the fading light of civilization, we mark eternity with the greater truth. Which was, they were puppets, pawns, farmers. Oh. I am supposed to go this way. That's where I just was. This way. Aha! What are you doing? Taking more readings? Is that really going to help us? These are just ruins. We might as well. There's a point to Starfleet being out here, and I might as well follow through with it. I thought you walked away from all that. Security is still a part of Starfleet, Lily. It's not what we originally signed up for. I'm well aware of that. You never explained why. You just walked in and told everyone you were leaving. Lily, do you really want to talk about this? Considering what just happened, we may not get another chance. I couldn't do it. Command a starship. I tried once, and look where it got everyone. Tom, you can't blame yourself for what happened at Vega. Look at what you had to go through because of it. I know I can't take responsibility away from the Borg, but while sitting in that chair, everything became my call, my decision. People got hurt, and there was only one factor I had control over. So I handed command to someone else and joined security. We needed you. What you needed was someone who could be there in time. Ouch. Imaging processor offline, decay detected in buffer system. Power variance exceeds system parameters. What's this? A data storage device coupled with a holographic interface. If we bring the phase variance down through a bridged connection, we can access the information it contains. Let's see, we need to turn it up. No, we need to turn it down. Operation success. Phase variance nominal, adapting systems. Activating imaging matrix. May this record forever grace the library of eternity. Access data. Species 4-RYK-555. Self-designation Crete. Guardians of the Relics, Crusaders for Universal Justice, Sentinels against Silent Heresy. These are the hypocrisies that Crete clothed themselves with. Their empire was born in the vacuum of the Fourth Epoch, and found little life through a deluge of bloodshed. It died in the Resurgence, struggling to imprint its endemic chaos onto the universe. Eternity will always carry the memory. It is our blighted purpose. What do we make of this? I'm not familiar with the species or the references. The report does sound fairly opinionated. It's judging the Crete according to a non-Crete ethic, which, in spite of circumstances, the speaker implicitly expects to be observed. If we encounter members of this civilization, we may want to keep their view of an absolute right in mind. Noted. Oops. I'm detecting a power signature nearby, more intricate than this processor. It may be a systems node or other kind of control interface. Let's investigate. I bet you it's where I was earlier. It is. Oops. Ah well, half the fun is just exploring. And that is the point of Starfleet after all. I mean, that's what Dude said. Dude was right. And I missed this one. Species 4-YTG-295, self-designation Eshkrot. We remember the Eshkrot by their litany to the new day. To the east the light comes, to the west darkness fades. The fields reveal the nightly harvest, those who fell in the night. We remember them knowing their life was taken. We hope the balance is fair, but we know life's blessing is effervescent. Every tear shed in mourning for their extinction brings the resolution to reshape every world. Interesting. But now how? I don't think... Nope. I am not a Cation. I can't jump that high. I missed a few over here. Species 3-WVA-707, self-designation Wivrox. The Wivrox set forth from the core of the Delta Galaxy. Their history was short and it was brutal. In that time, they developed an incredibly resilient society and powerful technology. They applied it to others as they applied it to themselves. Worlds who failed to respect the Wivrox asserted dominion found antimatter on their soil. They were stopped by the action of a few, but a few who understood the relationship between weapons and sentience. While we sat in abstracted apathy, they held the line for those next in series. The Wivrox were cast back, smashed to the core, without the means to circumvent the next extinction event on their world. Much is evident through their lives, though it brings shame to our form and regret for the things we did not do. Water? Thanks. Of all the places I know to be stranded, I'd say this place ranks 6th or 7th nicest. How does Kalbrati compare? Badly. I've never forgiven the Academy for staging our survival training on that blister. I hear it has some nice coastlines, not all that far from the burning wastes, in fact. If I told you that after the second day, I probably would have beaten you over the head with the canteen. Lily? Tom, a while ago I was able to get a hold of the records, the ones for Vega. I'm surprised Quinn let you access. Let's not get into that right now. Starfleet medical notes you were treated for nanoprobes. Yeah. You never said anything about that. You didn't remember, so what point was there in dragging it back up? Tom, what happened? Lily, I don't think... You can tell me, Tom. I had sent Cathal and Rishiva to find civilians. Johnson stayed behind to hold the area. I went looking for other escape pods. Yours had touched down nearby. We were ambushed. Dar went down, and when I arrived, you were barely conscious, and the assimilation process was in the second stage. You found me? The report said, Tom, what did I do? What you needed to do. I was already swimming in Melarizine. A few nanoprobes couldn't have done much to me by the time we could evac, but they might have meant the difference for you. So I let you inject me. Took a little pressure off your system, and the Regent medical team was able to take it the rest of the way. Damn it, why didn't you tell me? Because by the time you recovered, I decided to leave for Starfleet security. If I told you then, it would have seemed like I was saying it was because I couldn't separate you from the Borg, like it was your fault. Like hell, Tom. Doing something like that, it would have given some clue what it all meant to you. I wasn't thinking back then. Everything was collapsing, and the only way I could find to stop the pain was to turn away from it. Lily, I'm sorry. For what it's worth now, I'm sorry. After you left, I thought a lot about what happened. I tried to keep going under Captain Maxwell, but that didn't last long. I joined Starfleet Intelligence, thinking maybe someday we'd cross paths. When I saw you on Magellan, everything I thought I'd say just slipped away. It wasn't how I really felt. Tom, whatever happens, I'm thankful we could see each other again. The feels, man! The feels! And these dead people were not here earlier. Bodies. They weren't registering a moment ago. Cause of death, neural cauterization. The console must have overloaded. They appear similar to the alien from the derelict ship. They could be members of the same species, but with readings like this, they could be anything. Radiation is spiking all over the spectrum. Inorganic components, quantum. You know what? I'm just going to put this thing away. It's making me regret what I chose not to take at the Academy. What about the power signature? This terminal has been disabled by the discharge, but I'm reading another not too far away. Plotting a waypoint now, sir. Let's hope we don't have to share it. I'm kind of curious. Nope. Okay. I'm guessing this is going to be the same conversation. Yep. Tell you one thing, the music for STO is pretty nice. I feel like I'm missing something over here. I figured there'd be another species record. Ooh, oops. Oh, we know there's not one on that wall. Do you seek an interface? Yes, I do. Initialized human interface visualization. Interaction is required. Are you here alone? No, there are others with me. Have these others been with you long? This is our first mission together. Do you find their company agreeable? Yes, I do. Are they the kind of individuals you typically associate? Why are you seeking personal information? Come now, Carter, you spend so little time truly getting to know people that a little practice with a synthetic interface should be welcome. So what was all that about? We couldn't see anything. It was Sandoval. The interface was attempting to simulate you. How'd it do? Let's just say it was pushing the right buttons. Right. Point taken. The two of you are finished. I think we should be moving on. Quite right. By the way, Duncan, I don't know if you're watching still or not. I'll try to remember to hit you up, or if somebody else is watching. I'm noticing a few minor typos in the text, and I know you're one of the Foundry authors that's been talking about, I forget what it's called, but that method to extract all the text information from the mission for posterity and archival purposes. Something you might consider is going through and fixing those. For future reference, for future use. If miracle of miracles we get Foundry access again later, or if you convert it to fiction format. Yay, we're playing Leapfrog. Scan control matrix. The fertile plains give rise to synthetic spires. Trident's legacy is what stretches before you. The transcendence of your kind is about to begin. Circularity will be made, but first you must be told. Sorry to pull you out of there, Carter, but there's something you have to see.
It runs. It runs. It runs to the living worlds. But will it reach the spire's sanctum?
Who are you?
When the shattering began, a voice called out, Prometheus. The memory is lost, but the word remains imprinted. I am Prometheus.
What were you doing on that ship?
Waiting, waiting, and waiting. They said some would come, and that the shattering would begin again, and it all came to pass. They said they would take the relic and leave me in darkness and pain. As you see, that will not come to pass.
Why did you kill Koga?
He would have taken it.
We're simply looking for a way home.
Home? Home is what? A place away from here, where the relic would be forever lost. No, pain must come. The shattering pain is the nature of existence.
What do you mean?
The shattering. I am shattering. When I touched it, I was whole. But then I began to become many minds, many hands, connected through life and death. It never ends. The lies, the words, quantum replication. It means eternal pain, and yet still I am mocked by eternity.
What do you mean by quantum replication?
Only they can help me, but they turned their back, used me for another. No, we do not need help. We need salvation. Salvation. We will rip it from the heart of the spire.
Would you truly be better off without cooperation?
Die, for it is the fate all pursue.
Here we go. Oh. You know, I think when I played this the first time, it was not on advanced. Ah, well, that's good to know, Pax Federotica. He says that Kale, the STO community manager, did say that they were going to archive all Foundry missions on Cryptic's end so that if it ever does come back, there'll at least be no need for Foundry authors to re-upload everything. Alright. If we take him at face value, that's bought us some time. Prometheus doesn't want us in the Spire, and there's nowhere else we can turn. We have to try to find a way in. Do you believe what he said? That he's perpetually shattering into a multitude of linked copies that spontaneously generate regardless of what state his body is in? I wouldn't if my tricorder wasn't flashing macroscopic quantum phenomenon detected. Something happened to this alien, and now he's playing host to physics that shouldn't be apparent at this level. How might that have happened? Just take his epithet, Prometheus. Say someone creates a powerful, dangerous technology and this alien tries to co-opt it. But the consequences aren't what Prometheus intended. Now what's left is to try to bring the shattering to the rest of the universe. Suggestions? The Spire's our only remaining option. It was sealed when we arrived, but maybe we can try knocking. There probably isn't time for a more technical approach. Alright, let's go. Ooh, species record. Why is the combat music still playing? Species 2-ACH-033, self-designation chosen. They strode a noble path. They gave all they could. Ultimately, it couldn't overcome the forces of evolution. They became us, and lost much of what they held dear. We remember, we understand, but we will not follow their full example. Instead, we will try to live in the best example of truth. Their ambition, if not their virtues, will continue for eternity. Oops. That's a bit of a drop. But really? Oy vey. You know, one thing about this game and Bridge Officers, your away team, I'm not sure if I like their kind of free, well, halfway free form follow mechanic, or if it would be better if it was like some of the older RPGs where they followed literally in your footsteps and just, yeah. I'm not sure which would be better. I mean, I dig this shot, you know, where they flank out behind you like that, but, you know, when you're trying to get a good position and they decide to jump 30 feet, kind of breaks the immersion a little. Alrighty. Hostiles incoming. Oh. There's more coming, guys. Something tells me they keep coming in endless waves until I open that. Do some flanking, get some damage bonuses. Any more? Doesn't look like it. Alright. I like how the dinosaur activates a communicator to beam out. Interact. A creature stands before the sanctum. The test will now begin. Entry will be permitted. Know your impermanence for truth, and walk amongst our collective being. Are you sentient? It does not respond. Leave it to an ancient alien program to play up such a simple question. Proceed inside. Let's see, let's check chat. Nope. Okay. Odd lighting effect. Chemical shadows. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I don't think it ever is for anyone. It's not just that. Oh. I just thought that if the end was near and you were here, that it wouldn't be like this between us. Lily, has it really changed? We are who we are, and always have been. We're here together, and that's what matters. I don't want to let go of this, Tom. We have to, eventually, but we can do everything we can to make the most of our time. Aw, they're hugging. Promise me, Lily, that you're gonna fight as hard as you can, because I'm gonna be giving it everything I've got too. We can't change the universe, but we can make part of it ours. You know, Dr. Crusher would say, no. All things change, all things decay, all things remain. I am going to guess all things decay. The hubris of impermanency will fade with it. Do not make complacent assumptions. No, I was wrong. All things change. Life in all its forms gives the Eternals purpose. Share with the joy of existence, for they will see it continue beyond the reach of entropy. Proceed. Ah. Did that change, or is this the same? Okay, that's the same. Just take a moment to appreciate this. This is a very cool looking chamber. Is that a pile of health potions? I suspect this is where the boss fight is going to be. Talk to Eternal. Are you of the race that built this structure? Are you able to understand me? I suppose that's progress. Scan the thingamabob. I don't know doesn't even begin to describe my incomprehension. But this thing is generating massive chronoton radiation. Meaning? It could be our ticket home. Cover me. I think I can give it a little push in the right direction. I'd say take your time, but a pun like that would qualify me for temporal investigations. Ready yourself. Ah, he does the Picard maneuver. A voice calls out, "We're coming, Carter." Giggles. I'm sorry, I can't giggle in that croaking voice I've been doing for this guy. That'll have to suffice. Through the temple halls we march, onto the altar we climb. We'll scatter the icons and kill the gods. We will find salvation. Oh hey, it's Kylo Ren. Is it really too late to try for a compromise? But if the gods are out of reach, then their instruments we will settle for. The tools, the puppets, they will be ours. Maybe we can still help each other. Help. Help one who is about to become a god. But we are many, not one. The many to fill the void. Infinity will be ours. Only one thing remains. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to proceed. You are nothing. Alright. Kick the combat music. Oh, these guys move a lot faster than earlier. Are they doing an acid spit attack? Nope. These guys have more health. Jesus. Uh-oh. Oh! Got him. Anything else? Carter, it's ready. Get over here and stay close to the device. On my way. Oh God.
We may fall, but they will come for you.
Wave goodbye. Oh, what's this? Synthesize Oh, I coulda... Request aid. Well, that would have been useful to have noticed earlier. Oh well. Initiate. That's a snazzy effect. Carter, where did you... What in Cochrane's name is going on in here? Are we back on Starbase Magellan? Yes, Cargo Bay 3. I suspect it was quite the trip. The Miskatonic just reported your team lost with the derelict vessel. With the alien vessel? It exploded. Understandably, the Miskatonic wasn't able to offer much detail. Losing you on an away mission isn't something your crew is really prepared to deal with. On behalf of the Alliance, let me say that it's good to have you back, sir. Thank you, Captain. Sandoval? Over here, by the device. After everything that happened, the floor seemed the most comfortable place to be right now. Valen, see to Sandoval. Now, if that's settled, what did you just bring aboard my station? Something different. Well, by the looks of it, Temporal Investigations isn't going to be happy. They flipped when an artifact like this disappeared. A second dropping in isn't likely to put them at their ease. But that's for later. Now just get down to medical and have yourselves checked out. Second. That ends Apex. The author would like to thank you for playing. He also invites you to check out all the other Alliance Exploration Initiative missions. The AEI is a multi-author anthology series with lots to offer a galactically traveled explorer such as yourself. This mission is connected with Eons and Trident. It also has a 2-part sequel, Epoch. For updates, check by the Foundry section of the STO forums, or follow at Gorgonops_SSF on the Twitters. Questions and other communications can be sent to the same, but the author has also provided an interactive Q&A console in this room for the most immediate things. Thank you again. Special thanks. The Foundry Roundtable, who came up with the AEI idea, Dragon 1701, Green Dragon, and Mar Hawkman. The Foundry community at large, Starfar Theta, P. Sutherland, Ranger Ryu, Gold Jarol, Pax Federotica, Johnny Snowball, everyone else with Starbase UGC, Cryptic Peoples, and everyone else who makes and plays these missions, including you. Aww. I'll stop short of thanking the universe for existing, but you get the idea that I'm quite appreciative. Thank you all. And we thank you, Duncan Idaho. I had already rated it. An interesting piece of a fascinating puzzle. Have some dilithium. Well, that is the first part of the 3-parter I plan on playing tonight. However, I require a bathroom break. So I think I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic, and I am the emergency author hologram. I have been programmed with a number of responses to questions you may have about Apex. Warning, do not leave small children alone with the EAH. He does not play fair. Alright, I am going to mute my mic for a little bit, and I will be back. And we're back. Actually, I'm not sure if the mic is going to work right now, so I'm going to do something really annoying. And we're back. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's continue reading this emergency author hologram before we move on to the next mission. Don't mind that, that's just me plugging my phone back in. It's gonna do it again, because, yeah. Alright. Good, I have questions. Just when and where did this take place? It's hard to say, mainly because Apex takes place at the furthest possible end of my AEI exploration missions. It shows the player what the galaxy might be like in a very long, long time. But whether or not that was true is for my next AEI missions. I've made 3 others so far, a 2-parter called Trident, and a standalone called Eons. Eons takes you very far into the future, and Trident takes you out of the universe to an artificial world. Apex brings those together. There's references scattered throughout the dialogue, but the biggest thing that conveys the point is the visuals. The architecture is a very deliberate cross between Trident, gray blocks, and Eons, black blocks. The species record subtly indicates why that might be a problem. Notice how all but 1 are past tense. So what's the galaxy like at this time? Everything comes together. At this point, most inhabited worlds in the galaxy have been reformed into artificial geoecologies like Trident, joined in many places with relics from the Eternal era, which you dealt with in Eons. There's a symbiotic balance between them, and what you did in this mission is nudge it. I won't say in whose direction or what this might be leading to. That would take something away from Apex and from any future plans I might have. What about ice people? They're still around, largely in the same form, too. The species record closest to the tower gives some information, which makes me think I missed some species records on the map. Yes, I do. Is there more to follow? Yes, definitely. Apex now has a sequel, Epoch. It's a 2-part mission that explores the distant future to discover what this was all about. I will say that the protagonists of Apex, Valen and Sandoval, do not show up in Epoch. I liked writing for them, but for what I was planning in the sequel to Apex, I needed new characters with other things going on. What just happened? You went somewhere, found a thing, and brought it back. Note how I didn't mention anything about Prometheus and his quantum replicates. That was just to move things along, namely you, to the proper place and time. Literally. So what's the story behind Prometheus? He was an alien that tried to use an eternal relic for purposes he shouldn't. There's the classic story. The consequence, though I gave a sci-fi spin, which I think is original, for an alien, predator, pod people villain. Basically, the pattern that was there at the time of the accident is duplicated spontaneously. This applies to any matter that was him, so even if vaporized, the effect takes place. There has to be a limit, else everything in the universe would become quantum replicates. But explaining exactly why would involve making a lot of words and principles up, so I just presented the idea as is and let the far, far future time frame justify it. Let's see, Duncan says, I only really explain what the tan blocks mean with Evolution Smile, the last SSF, short send-off. And there's implications in Epoch Part 2. There's an extended optional dialogue subplot for the creation of Prometheus in Epoch. Alright. What'll happen to the thing in the cargo bay? The Alliance will have a look at it, but not much will happen, for quite some time. That is, unless other people become involved. It's all just part of the game, which I'm not going to talk about in detail now because it could very well serve as the plot of a future mission. I see. Let's see. Are there more AEI missions? We already know the answer to that. Any story behind these characters? Sandoval and Valen are loosely based on the setup I at one point had for my main Federation character in STO. Incidentally, they inspired the characters of Bailey and Ross in SSF, but those went through huge changes to work for that completely different plot arc and setup. The basic idea is that Sandoval was another captain like yourself who got into a difficult situation on Vega. However, he chose to face the consequences in a different way, leaving for Starfleet security rather than pursuing a career like yours. Sandoval has personal reasons for that, i.e. Valen, and the optional character dialogue in this mission is intended to flesh that out. If you missed it, then another playthrough might be a fine idea. I intended it to give a very different feel to Apex, more immediate and emotional, compared to an objective-focused approach. By design, it represents a different perspective. Will we see these characters again? I'm leaning no. The main SSF series is very well equipped to handle these kind of character arcs, relationships, and themes. What I can't do with the character of Jagoro, I can easily set up for Pym, Ross, Itrex, Bailey, Shame, Ilium, Kaken, and so on. Lily and Sandoval work well for the narrow scope of this mission, and it's definitely possible for me to continue on with them as lead characters, but to get to that point I need to finish other things, and who knows what I'll want to make by then. I see. Yes, I do. How do I get in contact with the author? Through in-game mail at Gorgonops or Twitter at Gorgonops_SSF. There's a few other options at your disposal. Example, direct STO messages, random friend requests, but those two at the top are what I can give a meaningful response to. If you have any thoughts on Apex or questions the EAH didn't cover, feel free to drop me a line. And of course, if you found a bug, then definitely let me know and I'll see what I can do. He's very good at getting on those bugs. When I did the playthrough of Epoch Part 2 this morning, I found a bit of a bug toward the end of it, and I got at him on Twitter about it, and he had it fixed, I think, what was it, an hour later? Let's see. What was this mission really about? The mission is, in a nutshell, not about what the mission says it's about. Now, of course, you can have a long discussion about the Eternals, their motives, and where Prometheus fits into all that, but that's detail, however much there may be. The core thing is a creative exploration of the self, not the narrative. You have three views on where that fits into the universe. 1. Prometheus. His universe is just him. 2. The Eternals. They're set apart, but their view includes the entire span of galactic history, and everyone that involves. 3. Sandoval and Valen. Their view focuses on one other person, learning facets and building connections. The events of this mission allows each side to have their bit. That requires most of the optional dialogue to take in, but I didn't want to force an hour-long mission with heavy exposition simply to make a literary point. The depth is there if people want, otherwise it's a quick sci-fi monster story with nice backdrops, which, by the way, I think it took me almost 2 hours to play through that. Why build a mission this way? I wanted to do something different from my more straightforward previous work, which presently consists of 6 SSF episodes and 3 other AEIs. I wanted to do something which I could take as a learning exercise, improving my Foundry building capabilities. I thought it'd be fun. And it was fun for me, the player. Hopefully it was fun for the people watching, and I'm sure it was definitely fun for you. Let's see. I think there was one more. There were problems with the minimap. I don't have any direct control of what is or is not displayed on the minimap. It is automatically generated from all objects placed on the map. I just wanted to throw this out there because this is the second most common area of confusion I've seen in the feedback to Apex, the first being the plot. I build what I build and the game handles the rest. And as those of you who watched saw, I had a minor glitch with my minimap trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. Alright, I do not have any more questions. Yeah, that is the end of Apex. Let's beam to ship. Next, we are going to play Epoch Part 1. Foundry, browse all. Epoch. Oop, there goes my phone. Oops. Hold on a second, I'm having technical difficulties. There we go. Epoch Part 1. We find ourselves at the end of time. Ahead there is nothing but a glimmer. Now begins our fall from the apex. Now we will decide our future. Okay, my phone is not liking where I had it earlier. Let's, I need a little holder. Epoch is the culmination of eons, Trident, and Apex. It begins a two-part series that will take you 4.6 million years into the future to confront the end of our civilization. Previous AEI missions are not required to play, but Apex is encouraged. Features strange new worlds, new civilizations. What Star Trek is supposed to be about. Large, highly detailed custom ground maps, rich character-driven narrative, resolution to Apex, continuation of the SSF series, lots of optional world building and character dialogue, combat, ground only for part 1, and no cliffhanger ending. Alright. Yep, I've played it before. Oh, no I haven't. Okay. That's odd. I could have sworn I had played this one before. Well, it'll be new for me as well for you. Captain Carter, are you busy? Good. I've been invited to a scientific conference on Starbase Magellan. It's a fine station, and I wouldn't say a thing against Captain Mercer, but duty requires me elsewhere. There's a tense diplomatic situation on Risa, and it requires the attention of a senior Starfleet admiral. I've chosen you to go to Starbase Magellan in my place. Report to the Archer system immediately. Quinn out. Epoch Part 1 is a story-focused ground mission that begins the resolution of all my AEI missions. Previous missions are not required to play Epoch, however, Apex is recommended. Accept. Since this is ground, I'm going to change my skills, if I can. Should be able to from here. Commando. And let us begin. Sir, we're in transporter range of Starbase Magellan. Captain Mercer is waiting for you on board. And we'll be taking the same away team. Oh, I know what the problem I'm having with my phone is. I am not sitting as close to my desk as I was earlier. There we go. Oh, and for the record, I am also recording this, as well as streaming it. So I will eventually, once it's finished, I'll probably break it up into 3 parts, one for each mission, and upload the video to YouTube for posterity, and for those who weren't able to watch the stream tonight. Talk to Junior Officer. Welcome aboard Starbase Magellan, sir. Captain Mercer is waiting for you in our new reception area. What can you tell me about Starbase Magellan? Me, sir? Starbase Magellan is part of a multi-species exploration initiative founded by the Alliance. The superstructure is a decades-old Federation starbase, but we made significant upgrades since our arrival. This section, for example, was just recently retrofitted. You'll find all the amenities a fleet admiral of your standing is accustomed to. Captain. I do not roleplay Carter as a fleet admiral. He is a captain. You'll find, thanks in large part to the collaborative efforts of Alliance species. Thank you. Let's see what the technical notes are. Welcome to Epoch Part 1. Before we get started, I'd like to make a few points to those unfamiliar with the Foundry. At the moment, Foundry loading screens display the message server not responding. This doesn't mean anything, it's a glitch with the notification. I'm guessing that's an issue that's been resolved. On very rare occasions, dialogue with an NPC contact may not advance the mission. This is a small, inconsistent glitch, but there are 2 things you can do to help it. Firstly, don't mash buttons. Oh, gosh darn it. Secondly, if it happens, just try the dialogue again. It shouldn't be progress breaking, but if for some reason it is, you can beam out and enter the mission again to resume progress from the start of that map, after some auto-completion. Things will most likely be fine the second time through. With that, I hope you enjoy this mission. Part 2 will be out sometime in the relatively near future. Proceed. And I'm assuming all those technical issues have been resolved, because those are issues I don't recall ever having playing Foundry missions. I'm not sure why, but I expected to see a pool table. I can't buy a drink from the Gorn? Sad face. Alright, crew. You guys are going to be annoying. Go look at the art. Chathat. Well, that was incredibly awkward. I don't understand the problem. No, I guess you wouldn't. Maybe you need to be a telepath to have felt the full impact of that one. The administrators seem unoffended. Truly, Commander, I do not believe there was an issue. Yes, they seemed unoffended. They reacted differently. I called her Ketsa, Jolran. That's Administrator Jagoro's clone and a very sensitive subject to them. Just don't tell Mercer. I'd like him to think his chief of security still has some ability to distinguish between our visitors. Do I look the type to be gossiping about a fellow officer? Looks have nothing to do with it, Jolran. Captain Bailey. You didn't send an invitation to Ambassador Dethria? Why not? Hasra wouldn't want her to feel left out. The Quarath are strict vegetarians, and you're hosting a barbecue. So, the meat is replicated. What objection could she have to beef brisket that's never known animate life? Come now, Bailey. Hasra thinks you're overreacting. It could be a very productive cultural exchange. Hasra, you're referring to yourself in the third person again. Don't you try to put me off. I can go to Mercer about this. He's within shouting range. Oh, sorry, Bailey. Look, I explained the event fully to the ambassador and let her know that any objection would be perfectly understandable. It's up to her to attend, and if she doesn't, we'll find some activity to include her with. I do appreciate the significance of a first contact. No puppet shows. Hasra wouldn't dream of it. What's wrong with puppet shows? Is crank yankers still a thing in the 25th century? And as the impudent pharaoh ran, it found its feet flailing, its head spinning, and the ground coming ever closer. Consider your place, consider your future. That shall mark you as civic. Oh, I think I did all right. I'm no expert on the EB, but I picked a few factoids up from Matrix. Were it not for that Ebar flub, I think I could have passed for a competent anthropologist. You don't have to know everything, Matthias. That's my job. Just don't overreach yourself when you know you're on shaking footing. I have not played Trident, so I'm not going to follow that dialogue option. Ah! I knew there should have been a pool table. And hey, there's that High Regent Zero. Mysterious pink-haired stranger that seems vaguely familiar for some reason. Ha! A puppet theater version of the Iconian War. I'm going to have to play that just to see that. No, Regent, I haven't played yet. When Officer Romaine put it together, she said it would be a focal point for cultural exchanges. All I have to speak to that are the incident reports and replacement orders for more pool cues. They don't hold up well when our Nausicaan crew members use them as practice swords. Incident reports? Captain Mercer, what kind of station are you running? Ah, Captain Carter, I'm so glad you could join us. The perspectives coming to Starbase Magellan are many and various. Unfortunately, they include a pair of Starfleet captains who couldn't pass up an opportunity to hustle. I see. I'm sorry, would you excuse me for one moment, Captain? Yes, Mercer here. Where? Are you sure? Alert security. I'll see to this at once. Is there a problem? Yes, there is. We have a sensitive artifact stored here. It's on this deck, in fact. Sensors just went down in that cargo bay. My team can help. We'll proceed there at once. That would be greatly appreciated, Captain. I have faith in my people, but not in what might have just come aboard the station. Be careful. Thank you, Captain. So, side note, it says I haven't played, or at least haven't reviewed this before, but this does seem very familiar. I think I have played this before. I just didn't review it for some reason. Or it might have been on another character or account. I'm not sure. That's a wall. Let's see, we have consoles. Just opened up a spatial... Damn it all. What's going on here? Synthics, delay the primitives. I must follow the target. Synthics? Yes, Controller Dakita. Readiness level 2 engaged. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Guess I should have taken the time to check those consoles out. Ah. Uh-oh.
Enemy targets on sensors.
Oh. Well, that looks interesting. Carter, what the archer is going on down there? What the archer, huh? We have intruders. Something's escaped from the cargo bay, and there's a temporal portal open here. Captain, I fear something dangerous has just been unleashed, and I don't want the consequences moving beyond our control. We have to find what was stored inside that relic, who's after it, and why. I can't order you through that portal, Carter, but for the sake of all time, we need someone out there. I understand. We'll resolve the situation. Good luck, Carter. We'll do what we can back here to make sure you get home safely. Once more into the breach. Yeah, I've definitely played this before. Because that was very familiar. Also, very cool transition. I liked that.
Enemy targets on sensors.
ochata o nafa, gi, uthan ataros yuvaba neri.
I see you've caught our bearded friend.
Gim thalchaks, basnith vem, tusma dringalta for.
Was this man preceded by another alien? For assault against a mediator, you are under arrest. I believe I may have made a wrong turn back there. Come with us. The adjudicator will speak with you in the morning. I understand and I will comply. I'm moving. Do a little dance. Wait for the loading screen. I don't know. I got nothing. Oh. Yep, I've definitely played this before. That's odd that it said I hadn't. These stupid Ixithians. They waste time with social protocols while a faceless alien roams their station. Bring me the adjudicator. I will have his kneecaps for this. Oh, she plays Skyrim, huh? Who are you and what are you doing? What were you doing aboard Starbase Magellan? Stand back, primitive. I am Dekita, sentinel of the cosmos and wielder of Synthics. Nice title. Now tell me what you wanted from Starbase Magellan. What I wanted was, something that didn't belong to that station. My patron felt the Eternal's gift would be best dealt with in our time. Was this gift the alien relic in the cargo bay? The relic itself? No, that was just a vessel. The creature it contained was what I was sent for, and I let it slip away, just like her. How did you get on board the station? My patron and the others, they're talented individuals. They made the right opening and let me do the rest. You said you were after a creature? Here, this is what I have. It's the creature's raw biometric data. I can make little sense of it, but my patron gave it to me for such an event as this. So you know nothing else about it. It's early. Can't you two save it until after I've decided to get up? Who are you? I'm the one who threw the cup, the man lying on this bench trying to shut the world out for just a little bit longer. The name is Ilium. Greetings. A pleasure. Now I couldn't help to overhear your conversation about creatures and relics. Am I to assume you aren't a local? I'm from a far-off planet. You're at least 10,000 years out, then. You might want to reconsider your approach here. Lying won't get you home. Orcath, how far did we travel through time? About 4.6 million years, judging from the familiar state of the Ixthians. We're about when I started from. Oh. That makes you about as old as I am, though you probably found an easier way of getting to the multi-million mark than I did. You're 4.6 million years old. Well, in real time, I'm not quite that old. For a while, I periodically put myself in for long periods of stasis, and there's been the odd jump through time, but that still puts me at, 3.2 million years old in direct experience. How can a humanoid possibly live for that long? The question is why your people haven't figured it out yet. Look, I'll be glad to be of help as soon as we're out of it. It sounds like you've got quite the problem, and someone like me is bound to be of some use. But first we need to sort things out with the adjudicator. Let's just take it easy until he decides it's been long enough. Daniels is not going to like this. Is he sleeping or dead? Or he's vibrating so fast we can't see him. Yes, what is it? What's all that noise? That is just the Ichthyans trying to disturb us. Don't concern yourself over it. But it sounds like they're fighting someone. Would you like to join in? Put your violent heart on display for all to see? I'm sure the adjudicator would greatly appreciate that. You seem fairly agitated. It's nothing you would understand, Primitive. Can I please resume my meditation? Well, ain't she lovely? Oh, hey. Who speaks for the group? That would be me. Last night your party assaulted a mediator. Do you have an explanation? We were in pursuit of a life form. It could still be on the station. Then you want to speak with a Shaper. One of them would be most qualified to help you find your lost life form. Are you releasing us? You bring a life form aboard station without quarantine. You deal with it. You're free to go so long as you see to your responsibilities and keep your synthics in check. Wait, I have a question about this place. And I have 3 house disputes to attend to. Answers to your questions will have to come the same way as your missing life form. Your own initiative. Very well. Ah, I wondered what that Orcath thing was about. You will be accompanying me then? Let's see. That creature brought us here. It may be able to send my team back. And don't forget old Ilium. I'll see you folks off in the right direction. Don't worry about gratuities. I'm sure you don't have any relevant trade items anyway. Let's be on our way. Feel like I'm on Talos 4. I know the Shapers on this station. I've trusted them with far more than biometric data. We'll be able to get their advice, at least, on how to proceed. Is this station an atmosphere? Yep. Below us is the planet Ixithia, birth world of our fine hosts. Can't really see much on a day like this, but give it a while and you might just see some topography. Life here can be a little wearing, but you'll find the Ixithians have a strong sense of community. This is their station, and they'll take care of its residents. What about those on the planet? There's no one on the planet, Carter. Life can't exist on natural landforms. What do you mean? Carter, there are no habitable worlds in any known galaxy. Constructs like this station are the only places where life can exist. How did that happen? What's there to explain in the Blight? It was the Eternal's hubris made manifest, a sickness that spread out into the galaxies while they hid themselves away in their relics. What's past is past. Let's just focus on our objective. I'm afraid I need to know more. 10,000 years ago, every terrestrial planet succumbed to a transformation. We call this the Blight. They've lost the conditions necessary to support life and resist further terraforming. That might have allowed us to continue as surface archaeologies, but blighted planets produce an invasive toxin that works its way through all but the most exotic kinds of force fields. Steel, neutronium, muscle tissue, it's all the same. The stuff builds up, shutting down vital processes. In the case of life, that means death, so we live up here or out in space. It's adaptation at work. And every planet is like this? Yep, every planet. At first it was difficult to distinguish from the natural background of worn and decaying ecologies. People argued back and forth, but that didn't stop the blight from finding its way to every world. I don't recall exactly how long it took to spread, maybe just a couple millennia before the last planet moved out of habitability. You can imagine how much was lost even with a little preparation time. I see. Slaps you on the back. What are you worrying about? Once you find this time-shifting alien, you'll be able to back home. There's 4.6 million years ahead for your people. That's a lot to look forward to, even with the odd cataclysm. I want to help. I appreciate it, but look around. Do you really think you can have that much of an impact all by yourself? Like Takeda said, it is what it is. Let's just focus on what brought you here. Very well. What? I never. And then what happened? Excuse me, who are you talking to? By this tracker, of course. Tracker? The two of you can communicate. We connectors have been bred to facilitate communication between all intelligent life forms. Wait, trackers are intelligent? They sure are. This one is a frequent visitor to the Arboretums. He sees many interactions which a biped such as myself wouldn't be able to witness for themselves. Such as? Oh, it's nothing. I need to know merely to complete my imprint of the relevant species' social patterns. I do not intend to spread rumors. What do you do with these patterns? Why, facilitate interspecies communication. I'm often called in to mediate exchanges. This pattern I'm applying now is a selection of Exithian, Tagran, Kriet, Amuon, Drixnima, and Fethid profiles. Most vocal bipeds respond well to it. What's your natural personality like? The other way was preferable. I'm sure you did. Nothing pleases me more than providing an optimal conversational experience. Goodbye, Connector. 3PO? I mean, what? Traveler. Oh, hello. Are you a station authority? No, I just arrived here. A fellow newcomer. Then I greet you in shared spirit. My partner and I, too, only recently arrived in the Exithian system. Where are you originally from? From Trident. I am not familiar with Trident. It would be difficult for us to recount our homeworld. We may give information freely, but you live in a blighted universe. I do not wish to give sorrow to you or myself by describing how worlds could be otherwise. Trident's not affected by this blight? Trident exists in its own subspace domain. Whatever touched your universe didn't affect us. That is why this cordon is in place. Trident can resist small infections, but should we open all portals, the blight may overwhelm us still. Cordon, do you mean you restrict entry to Trident? Yes, entities may leave Trident, but entries require exceptional circumstance. Oh, entries require exceptional circumstance. Does that mean you can't go back? Indeed, my partner and I have decided to be part of another life and be the voice of the speaker where she may not be able to go. We did so willingly, and we have enjoyed the company of those who populate the incredible expanse of the galaxies. Thank you for the information. Safe travels. Did I find a future Hare Krishna? He looks like a future Hare Krishna. And my phone fell again. Alright. Who are these guys? These look like more... Yeah. Hey, that armor looks familiar. Doc? Alrighty. What's the purpose of keeping so much cargo around like this? These people do seem well supplied. It's how we live. Stasis units like this will keep provisions and spare material viable for eternity. You can even turn up the clock rate to spin out small agricultural products on demand. We've got particle synthesis too, but every little bit helps. Do any of these supplies come from the surface? Some, but not a lot. We can pull some materials from a blight-afflicted world, but the cost of extraction and purification is fairly prohibitive. A lot more activity is focused around gas giants. Any large, dense concentration of matter risks blight contamination, but the lower atmosphere keeps it contained. Higher up, people can skim as much matter as civilization needs. Similar techniques are used here, but the need to filter keeps the scale down to where we still aren't entirely self-sufficient. I see, let's move on. Hold on, I need a drink of water. Talk to Dakita. Primitive, when you look out this window, what do you see? Is this a marvel or the dim fumblings of a people who've lived beyond their time? I don't know. Let me look out the window. Oh. Alright. I have a name. Does that matter here? This isn't your time. Your people, regardless if they persisted over the eons, what they were has no relevance anymore. It's just you. What they called you isn't as important as who you are now. Is this your customary attitude? It's been a difficult day, more than you know. This creature has incredible powers, and Ilium, it's rare to encounter one so ancient. I take it this is the first time you've met. I suppose it is. I've never encountered him before, though his life left its mark on the world I know. That's an interesting way of putting it. I'm sorry, I'm accustomed to working with people. I did not mean to make an unusual statement. What I see is my objective. All I want is to pursue it. This discourse, I know it serves a purpose, but these words draw me away from who I am at heart. I appreciate your help, and I wish we'd met under better circumstances, but I ask you to take me for who I am. Don't worry, Nikita. We're a team. What? I know a Shaper's mark when I see it, but I don't know who that one might belong to. Was she liberated? I'm not sure. How does one tell? According to text, a ring of skulls and joining the same upon surgery. I've met a few in my time. Fun people, if understandably nervous about the Shaper commune. I don't know how to characterize my experience with them. Did your Shaper try talking you into an ectothermic metabolism? What? No, she didn't make any such remark. Then it can't have been Stathil. What about pheromone projectors? Certainly not. That's Gantrick out, too. I won't pry further. I'm no authority on the process, but the Shapers and I have been through it plenty of times over. Rejuvenation can be a scary thing. If ever you want to talk about it, well, I'll be glad to put my experience to some use. Perhaps later, Ilium. For now, I'm just thankful to find you here. Wonder what the history is there. So we can go left, we can go right. Let's go check out right, since we're obviously supposed to turn left. Another space Hare Krishna? No, he looks different, and West is standing on someone's lap. Oy vey. Oh, that was a door that opened. And I can't go through it. Oh. What giant pupa? This? Sir. Don't worry, I see it. Oh, that's just Gatharmga. How are you doing up... Oh. Oh! Well then. How are you doing up there, Gathamga? That's a sentient life form. A pupating sentient life form, yes. Gathamga is a big fellow, and his people have indefinite lifespans, achieved by refreshing their body at long intervals. Originally, this was just one of their life stages. By setting it to reoccur, they've created a potentially endless cycle. How long will he need to be in this form? 2 more years, I'd say, but if left to complete the refresh, Gathamga won't need to pupate again for another 4,000? How do you maintain yourself over the eons, Ilium? With a lot of augmentations and the odd body replacement? Gathamga would say that's a very degrading approach, but it's how most humanoids who choose this path continue on. Body replacements? Every machine eventually breaks down, Carter. We can do a lot to keep a body going, but its developmental trajectory still isn't absolutely stable. There comes a point, usually after 20,000 years, where it simply becomes too dysfunctional to live with. Then we replace almost the entire body, carrying over what's necessary to ensure continuity. just what is necessary to ensure continuity. A few key pathways. It doesn't take much to maintain the right quantum pattern. After the integration, those neurons can be replaced by the host bodies without ill effect. Do you have to use the same form? No, not with some practices, but it makes things a whole lot easier. Different people use different techniques. Most use a progressive replication technology that uses the host body as both material and template. Some will grow clones or other kinds of organic blanks around the host's core. However you go about it, replacing a body is a fairly simple procedure once you understand a few key details. And for you to be hearing this from me, it's obviously been around for a very, very long time. It sounds fascinating. I'm sure it does, and I'm sure you'd like to know everything you can about the process. But I wouldn't be a very responsible galactic citizen if I gave you technical detail, at least until we know whether you're likely to remain in this time. That's understandable. Now we should get back to the task at hand. I'm sure Gathamga's had enough of us chatting here. Very well. Neat. Damn it, Javi. Is it Javi or Javi? I'm gonna go with Javi. Keep the field aligned. I'm getting hemolymph all over the place. We'll come back some other time. No, have a seat. This won't take long. Just a quick ganglion expansion. Itagi, these folks are looking for something special. If they're needing a retissue, they'll have to come back. The grafts won't be finished cultivating for another 2 cycles. Ilium, have you seen this? No, I didn't think the data was really my area. Here, I've made a few notes. What is it? He'll be at it for a little while. Come, we have business to discuss. Alright. So what do you know of the Eternals? What do they have to do with this? The scan data. It's one of them. You're hunting an Eternal. I didn't say I was hunting anyone. No, but there's very few other implications. Acolytes don't need biometric data, and academics are more interested in the stuff they left behind. Can you help? I can, but Shapers don't work for free. It wouldn't be sanctified. Well, let's negotiate. I want some of your nervous tissue. What? New species, new possibilities. Trust me, I won't take it from anywhere you'll notice. What exactly am I getting in exchange? I can track it. You see this isomorphic complex? You're not going to find an easy way around that without my help. Oh, I guess you have a deal. Splendid. This will take just a moment. Unpockets a small device, does something near your right leg. You're not putting anything in, are you? We'll have to negotiate separately for augmentation work. I can see your species is quite lacking in that area. No worries, it's nothing I can't fix post hoc. Are you finished? That I am. And now I'm ready to go. Let's find your Eternal. Lead the way. What do we have over here? Carter, we should find this Eternal. Why so eager now? What did Itagi show you? Something I thought was gone from this universe, Carter. Itagi found gene sequences in that data which belonged to someone very important to me. I need to find out why the Eternals have incorporated parts of her genome. Do you want to talk about it? About Ketsa? Ketsa? It's been a long time, Carter. They've been... oh, so many people. Countless faces passing in and out of life. You try to hold on to some things, but it gets harder every day you find you're still alive. Okay, was misreading that sentence. It gets harder every day you find you're still alive. There's not much I can say about her, not that would make much sense to you. Most of what's left is just feelings, glimpses, but she's still a part of me. What happened? I don't really know. Ketsa left to explore a relic and never returned. Early in the Eternals era, there were a lot of questions. They sat themselves apart from the rest of the galaxy and started making changes to moons and other planetoids and inhabited systems. Ketsa thought she saw a pattern, but needed more information. She hoped to find it on... Oh, damn it, I don't remember. What's important is that she never came back. Why didn't you go with her? There was some diplomatic thing I had to attend to. It seemed important at the time. We didn't suspect anything serious had happened until more people went missing in and around Eternal relics. I had faith in her, but when search parties started taking casualties, I had to face up to a universe without her. What did you do? I went looking for her, for as long as I could and in as many places as I could. I eventually just took to raiding relics with the Niban. What started as a way of trying to force the Eternals to deal openly with me became a way of deflecting the pain I felt at losing her. After I realized what I was doing, I came back to civilization. I kept going, if for no other reason than it would keep the memory of her alive through my piece of eternity. So is that why you've kept going for as long as you have? That and the biological imperative to cheat entropy for as long as possible. Not the only one to pass the million-year mark, nor was I the first to do so. I know of 7 extant life forms older than me, and 5 of them are biological humanoids. But we've all got something to hold on to. Otherwise the ego lets go after a few hundred years. Some look across time to a civilization or continuing species. Others have an ideal. I have Ketsa. As long as I'm here, she still matters. I'm sorry, Ilium. It's what happened. There's nothing to be sorry about. Maybe there's something I can learn from this Eternal. More likely there isn't, but there's only one thing to do about this situation. However long it takes, I'll help you find what you're looking for. Alright, let's go. Oh, see ya, Pax. Sorry I didn't see your message in the chat. Well, that didn't take long. Carter, I'm picking up a trace in this area. Your Eternal passed through here recently. How should we proceed? Collect more traces, ask around. We need to build a more complete picture about how this individual is moving through and interacting with this station. What does an Eternal look like? This one? No idea. Her isomorphic complex has been reinforced. That doesn't necessarily mean shapeshifter, just a whole lot more phenotypic plasticity. Here, I do have a visual record of an archaic Eternal. It might help set a pattern to try recognizing. Let's see it. Eternal Individual 803-B, Middle Eternal Area. Observed during the Agsida Conference. Delegate. Linked with then Tholian host. Record lost. Made no other contributions to proceedings. Referenced later by Agsida Primarch as approving the concordance. No corroboration found. Alright, let's start looking. I feel like I'm missing something back here.
In their shadow we wait, in their shadow we die. The Eternals left us, but their spirit will always remain.
Did I hear you mention the Eternals?
Aye, the holy children, the keepers of the universe. We are the beloved flocks that await the Eternals' care. Have you seen one? I see the Eternals' hand in all things. They shaped the universe as we know it. What about on the station, and very recently? Many a pilgrim stops by my shrine.
I see in them the spirit of eternity struggling to find a place in our blighted lives. One stopped by this morning with greater faith than even my own. She was truly impressive. Where did she go? That I cannot say. What she needed was not in my care. Much was left behind on Ixithia. I do my best to maintain their works for mortal eyes. But I could not bring an intersection point to this station. What's an intersection point? A link to the domains of eternity. I see. Thank you for your time. Oh. I think this is the same, Yep. Alright. I already been this way. We are going this way now. I think there was supposed to be a scan over here somewhere. Somewhere. Maybe? Yep. Something you require? Have any unusual aliens come by here recently? Besides myself, obviously. Not. We see some. We buy and sell between Ixithians in the 8 sectors. New species, Daka. They are a part of trade. Any of them happened by very recently. Epoch. We find it hard to say. All aliens strange in their own way. I think you're hiding something. Vashka. I am a trader. I'm not interested in your trade. Only one alien. Female? Shah. One strange female alien came by here very recently. She had questions. Questions about Ixithia. We don't trade in planetary goods, so no knowledge about the planet could we give. That is all. I see. Thank you for your time. What do we have here? A multispectral scanning device with an isomorphic filtering program. Fascinating. You can let go of my wrist. I am most apologetic. Harvester Jero, at your service. I was overcome by the thrill of discovery. This marvelous device, what secrets it must contain. Does your interest in technology end with my tricorder? You wound me, traveler. To my people, the depths of space are a larder of infinite variety, but among them I am the ultimate examiner. I am a harvester among the jackals. I've been to the very heart of the relics and seen with my own eyes the wonders they contain. I am one with the infinite mechanical universe. I see. So I assume you want to barter for this device. Alas, I cannot allow myself the indulgence. I must look for the soul of the universe elsewhere. I'll leave you to it then. All the same dialogue as earlier. You handled that situation quite well, Carter. Jackal harvesters aren't known for letting go. Seemed he was looking for something else. No. When has a harvester ever not been forthcoming about... You hear something? Sounds like there's activity in the main chamber. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Ixithian, I tire of this. I truly do. You will answer the question. You will answer it now. How could we have known what it was? She looked... Please, I'm sure we can help you find it. It can't have gone far on the planet's surface. A harvester doesn't need any help scouring a dead world for the jewels scattered amongst the rubble. And what a jewel a living Eternal is. Hold it. I believe my claim on the Eternal takes priority. Pardon? We're after the same thing, Dro, and I was here first. You were here first. Did I really just hear you say that? To a harvester? Yep. Kill them, then report to me on the surface. We have an Eternal to bring down. Pathetic. You see the fabrication shearing on this one? Pre-blight garbage, if I ever saw it. Did you hear what they said about the Eternal? Yep, the Eternal is on the surface of Ixithia, that toxic expanse of ice, rock, and ruins. Like the phrase, let us proceed with great haste, would apply to our situation. Any guess as to what the Eternal is after? It's the Ixithian homeworld, and they're an advanced interstellar species. But that was based on the surface thousands of years ago. There's barely anything left from that time. The only lasting artifacts are obelisks from the Eternal area. Time doesn't do much to them, and they can still function even with blight contamination. Have you ever been inside an obelisk? I have. I've been inside working obelisks, dormant obelisks, and the ruins of obelisks that I've detonated. The exterior is uniform, but their function is variable. One moment you could be dealing with a computation matrix, and the next it's a fabricator. I know what the Eternals build, even so I can't say what this one could be after on Ixithia. How long can we survive on the planet? 1.2 hours with preparation. At 2.4 hours we risk permanent body damage. 3.6 hours we're dead. This applies to all complex organic and inorganic forms. Our Eternal is in great danger. Would an EV suit help? No more than wrapping a towel around your head. You're welcome to it if it makes you feel more comfortable. Why is that? Blight toxins. Every planet produces them. They work their way through everything and lodge in your issues. I'm assuming that's supposed to be tissues. Don't worry, they can be cleared out if we aren't exposed too much, but if they cross their density threshold, they'll aggregate in vital systems. That means death. Understood. How do we proceed? Through the station's transporter grid. The most direct route is back through this section and across an exterior walkway. Come, a few minutes outside at this altitude isn't going to make a difference. And I'm going that way. Or am I? Where was... No, that's a wall. Where was that one door? I bet that's where it's telling me to go. So Gorgonops says he wrote this before Discovery. Now he can say that the blight is cancerous mycelial network. And if they totally do that as the reason Spore Drive doesn't catch on, you know the writers are playing Foundry missions. Okay, this is where we started. This isn't it. But I know it was close by somewhere.
deconstruct barrier. And face away from the console to use it.
Shield losing power.
I was going to say, something tells me I don't want to fall down there, but it doesn't let me. Probably for the best. That is a big pile of tribbles. There we go, looks bypassed. Got the network register here too. One party of jackals and one identified lifeform transported to the surface within the last centicycle. Wait, the Eternal used the transporter? It did. Considering how it got here, why does the Eternal need a transporter? Ilium? I think we need to find this Eternal as soon as possible. Maybe it's trying to keep a low profile, maybe it's simply tired, or maybe it's not doing well. Do you have the beam-in coordinates? Beam? I don't understand what you mean, Carter. Transport, matter, energy, projection, and reassembly. Oh, I should have guessed that from context. Yes, I have the coordinates. If you are all ready, we can beam to the surface of the moon. You may energize when ready. Alright, you may energize when ready. I'm just going to assume you meant you may now transport us to the planet. If this is somehow a terrible misunderstanding, shout wildly now. Just get us there. I will say this, Duncan, your dialogue is great. I love it. And I can't remember if I said anything while I was playing it, but I think Apex was one of the very first Foundry missions I ever played. See Twitter notifications while the load screen is loading. Little self-promotion never hurt anyone, did it? Alright. Memories, they really hit you during a silent homecoming. I spent some time on Exithia. Wasn't anything like this. I guess the place to look for the Eternal is further along this valley. By the looks of things, the station's been doing some excavating. Ilium, what's that you're wearing? This? I wrapped a towel around my head. It's the most you can do to keep blight exposure down. Very funny. Ducky, what do you make of this? Oh, Decky. Decky. See, even she was confused by it. Sorry, you don't like it? I'm not accustomed to it. Is there anything you are more accustomed to? Besides Dekita? Including Dekita. Everyone has more than one side to themselves. I don't like Decky. No, I can see it doesn't fit. What about Ta? Since it's from you, I can live with that. So what did you want your Ta to see? I'ma not make the obvious joke. These med kits, they have a silicon-based matrix. There's some blight contamination, I know, but what do you make of them? You tell me. But you're the one who uses synthics. And you already know these are for synthics. The Exithians must be fielding them for planetary mining and recovery. With this recursion factor, that would terminate the target synthic in any linked through the same projector. I think someone's being territorial, Ta. This may be the Exithian homeworld, but you know who claims all of open space. Always watch yourself in places like this. Jackals can attack through anything they find. Carter, you should see this. Here I meet my fate. Here I see what can be made of eternity. The blight is physical process, a movement of matter which can be understood and overcome. I have taken appropriate precautions. All I need is to find this intersection point, and I will be on my way to reshaping the blight. This was 8 days ago. He's certainly dead by now. How can you be so sure? He's using a tried setup, portable scrubbers and a repulsor shield. The shield doesn't work, and the scrubber is infiltrated by blight at the same rate as the body. It very quickly becomes useless. Was there any note of a larger plan? Not in these logs, but someone that mad may not have trusted a data file to keep their prized secrets. Well, let's keep moving then. This looks vaguely familiar. This is Iconian stuff, isn't it? Log 2. My synthics have become a nuisance. They keep reporting the blight particle density count. They'll stay here for eternity unless instructed otherwise, but the Exithians left a nest of subroutines that govern their behavior when a humanoid is in the field. I've disabled what I can, but there's still this cursed notification program. I need to concentrate on accessing the intersection point. If I can reach a sanctum, no one need ever worry about the blight again. Randall, you should consider instructing your officers how to keep a proper eye on their equipment. You don't mind that I call you Randall, do I? Or do you? What do you want, Dro? Of the 2 prizes on Exithia, you are far outclassed. Still, you're here, and another attempt at dialogue would seem to be in order. We can try. This Eternal, in what condition did you find it? It wasn't me who found it. Oh, how unfortunate. I don't have any use for you then. That's of no concern to me. Enjoy these synthics, Randall. They, like you, are fit only to be used.
Enemy combatants in close proximity.
Goody, more. Ah. Ooh, he's tough. Apparently he counted as an Nausicaan. Oh. Alright. I probably did not take the route I was supposed to. Oops. That makes a little more sense. This is not our Eternal, is it? No, wrong factors. However, I can't tell you what species this is. I have not encountered it before. Ilium, what about you? Sorry, Carter, this one's new to me as well. You could be a newcomer with one of the station mining crews. Takeda? You could just talk to it, Carter. Thank you for stating the obvious. Can you communicate? Okay, then. System is already primed. Our Eternal must have used it recently, and probably our Harvester friend as well. We can transport to their location as soon as you're ready. Take us there. Who do what now, Duncan? Oh, I'm guessing Takeda lied? Ah, well, I just assume every other word out of his mouth is a lie. Huh, wasn't expecting this. There is a sanctum, Carter. It's as close as an uninvited humanoid can get to the Eternal's inhabited realm. The one we're after may be trying to interface with the rest of its kind. Come on, it can't be that far ahead. Are we still being exposed to the Blight? We are. This place must share a connection with at least one planetary body. We're still okay for the moment. Our Blight particle count is well below threshold, but that's all the more reason not to linger. Let's go. Oh, spit. How did you get dirt into your processing unit? The fabrication suite must be out of alignment. Would you like a hand? It's quite a steady one. No, thank you. I think I can handle my synthics just... Stethi Matola Gaskrat. Ow! There must have been another charge stored in the adaptation grid. Shall I set to work now? What's the shaping fee? No fee. Isn't that against Shaper code? The liberated ones, they make a point of it. We all find little ways to liberate ourselves, even if we don't reject our order. I wouldn't have guessed that I wasn't the first Shaper here. This is a marvelous reintegration. I've never taken much notice. This has always just been me. You may want to speak with Ilium about those subdermal bracings. An ancient like him would appreciate the classic style. Maybe after we work out some other things. Thank you, Itagi. Ooh, I see trees. Ah, Randall, what do you think of this place? Terrible, isn't it? Just imagine what their inner sanctum must be like. There's nothing up ahead that really concerns you, so why don't you turn back now before the blight takes its toll? I'm not leaving without the Eternal. Suit yourself. Just so you know, jackals have a way with blighted technology. The projectors here might still be able to render a few synthetic surprises. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh. Oh, okay. I thought they were appearing right in front of me. I was like, oh. Go get him, Dino. Yes, I named my dinosaur Dino. You guys pay attention to that. Hey, Sean. Welcome to my stream. It's maintaining the security barrier, but the pathways are badly eroded. Here, this should do it. Stand back because this could get a little energetic. Are you sure you know what you're doing? I've smashed my way into more relics than I can physiologically remember. The Eternals take a highly integrative approach to their technology. Breaking it can be a real art, and I've had the time to become a master. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'll leave it to you then. And we have access. Local Eternals may have registered the power surge. Watch for phased synthics. Understood. Oh crap. What is it? The native Eternals of the Sanctum. They're all dead. Blight contamination, and the bodies have never been disturbed. Carter, these may have been killed when the blight first struck. Meaning? The connections. Every sanctum is part of the same network. The blight must have affected their entire domain. They're all dead. Carter, our Eternal, may be the last one left of its kind. But I saw... There's no telling what you saw when you found the relic. Holograms, synthics, shapeshifters. There's plenty of ways your eyes could have been deceived. We should get moving. Scan data, scan data. Why must you be so slow? Is this what came with us for? Is this what came with us for? No, a look at a living Eternal is still our objective. However, I'm not going to ignore other opportunities. Shaper data on the Eternals was centuries out of date before they dropped out of contact. What can you tell me about them? Beautiful augmentations, wrapped in fetid blight. The Eternals were unique. Now they're gone but one. I wish we could have learned more from them, their civilization, but alas, that's not how life unfolded. The future may hold better surprises. Unless things change again. If the Eternals couldn't stop the Blight when it took hold of their domain, what chance do we have if it breaks free from planetary masses? Could the Blight do that? It infected worlds across subspace. Moving a few kilometers up wouldn't seem to pose much of a challenge. But, as you say, better things may await us. Perhaps it's just the sight here which has me in a foul mood. Perhaps we should move on, then. I have a feeling... Damn it. Ilium, are you alright? I'm fine, Carter. Really, I'm just... It's never easy when illusion is taken away from you. What do you mean? It's Ketsa. One possibility I never was able to explore was that she'd been taken into the Eternal's realm. I thought she could be safe from the Blight there, and, well, maybe one day I'd see her again. We're as close as we're ever going to get to their domain, and I don't think we really want to see what's on the other side. That's it, Carter. There's no more ambiguity. What about the Eternal we're after? If our Eternal was alive at the time, the most it could tell me is whether or not Ketsa was killed during her expedition. If she wasn't, she would have died along with the Eternals. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore. So you're just giving up? I don't know. I'll think about this later. We need to find your Eternal and get back to the station before the Blight kills us too. I'm sorry, Ilium. What we do isn't as important as who we are. The Eternals make claim to the pinnacle through their creations, but look at them. What in reality do they truly change? That sounds like gloating, Nikita. After who they've taken from us, don't you think it's appropriate? I just think it's more important to remember they had an existence. It ended, and what was important to me ended with them. You were quoting something, weren't you, Ta? I was. It sounded like part of the history from Trident. I was saved by the people of Trident. My home was gone, along with the only person I had in my life. The Speaker took me in. In my long recovery, their history allowed me to find perspective on events. It helped me to keep going. Uh-oh. No! Server not responding! Is the stream still going? Or did I lose internet? Well, it seems I still have internet. Oh, no. Oh, what just happened? Gotta love those disconnects, huh? Alright, am I back on now? I'm not sure what happened. Had a random internet hiccup, I guess. Sorry about that. Hopefully my mission progress isn't too lost. Alright. It's maintaining the security barrier, but the pathways are badly eroded. Here, this should do it. Stand back. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it started me... Oh, nope. Okay. That was slightly confusing. I was here. Alright, I will skip ahead to where I was. Gloating. It's appropriate. Like, this is about where I was. Sounds like part... Okay, that's right. I was saved by the people of Trident. My home was gone, along with the only person I had in my life. The speaker took me in. In my long recovery, their history allowed me to find perspective on events. It helped me to keep going. And never have Trident and Eternity met eye to eye. I understand what you see in this place, Takeda, but you shouldn't lose yourself in the contrast. As a small green man once said, people are jerks. It's a fact. Accept it. But nature never said we could be any other way. Even so, we can be a lot of other things, too. Oh, okay, what's this? Access data. We do not know why it came. The only fact is that it is here. We are ending. Everything will fall to ruin. The Eternals fall in mockery to our name. But we were never the focus. Our will is untouched. Progress is made. She will be ready someday. We are prepared. Aga will never find solitude. Inclusion factor or Ilium? Yes, Ilium is here. There's another recording here. The signature is some years older than the previous entry. Let's play it. Hello, Ilium. The Eternals wouldn't let me communicate directly, but you know me. I know you must be worried about me. I'm not sure what the Eternals want with me. They typically haven't said much to me. But somehow, I know I'm in the right place. I can't explain it, I just know. Take care of yourself. We'll be together soon, I promise. Ah, Duncan says, Aga is another name for the outsider. Well, thank you, Sean. As I was explaining earlier in the stream, I have a little bit of congestion going on today. I used to run a lot of tabletop D&D and other tabletop RPGs, and I got very good at affecting voices for different characters and NPCs, and I was planning on doing that same thing tonight with this, but I've got some congestion going on that's kind of ruining my ability to fluctuate my voice, so yeah, you're stuck with my normal voice. Except for the really cool villains, I can do guttural growls. Alright. Ilium, are you okay? I'm sorry. Talk to them, talk to them, talk to him. So I probably did that out of order. For some reason, I was thinking that was going to be a portal out of here. And I talked to him before I did all that. I was probably supposed to talk to him after all that. Makes a little more sense. Now, same dialogue. Ooh. I mean, I know exactly what that effect is, but it still looks cool in this situation. Hold one moment, Carter. Thought so. Oh, hey, it's that guy. He's following us. Up until this point, I think he just wants to be helpful, but good intentions may not be enough to overcome a fear of heights. He didn't look frightened. You can't always read alien expression. Come on, we don't want to give this Eternal to Jiro by debating the intentions of a mute bystander. Dun dun dun! Well, let's go. Is he gonna sneak up behind us? Ooh, hey, it's the flower computers. Quickly, we need to find a way to bring this barrier down. There should be a terminal nearby that we can use. What's on the other side? Our Eternal, certainly. Our Harvester, maybe. And a whole lot of power. Let's find that bypass. You know, it occurs to me, I remember playing the earlier parts of this mission. And I think the reason I didn't have a review for it was I didn't finish it. Because I don't remember this part. Alright, so it's not those. Well, if I look at my mini-map, it tells me where to go. What's this one? Access data store. Connection failure. Cognitive matrix incomplete. Not Trident. Simulation feedback detected. It's a lie. It's only a lie. System terminated. Okay, who's got the cake? Deconstruct barrier. Well, that was easy. I can fix this. I can still fix this. What she did was... I will make this work. To come so far and only find in you the culmination of failure that led to the Eternal's ruin. I'm sure it would have been so joyous, but what's the nature of the blight? It's untiring, unfeeling, unwavering. It's a fact of the universe. Step away from the Eternal, Harvester. Oh, do let me have my moment, Carter. You see her? She's trying to stop the blight. This Eternal can hardly move, and she's trying to reintegrate planetary matrices. They truly are hopeless. Let her try. It won't do any good, Carter. Even if this tragic waste of life could stand, there's nothing she can do to end the blight. The universe wouldn't have it any other way. One must simply adapt to given circumstances. And I just realized this guy should totally be voiced by Jeremy Irons. Tell me this guy shouldn't have the voice of Scar. I won't accept that. In that case, let me make things easier for you. Harvester, no! You want to confront a fact of the universe? Here I am. I won't let you hurt my Ketsa. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. My favorite part. Okay, the story's my favorite part. The pew-pew's my second favorite part. Oh! Ah! Get to the shield generator. Ketsa, can you hear me? Dro's gone. Everything's gonna be okay now. Even if you are an Eternal. Let's have a look and see what they've done to you. Hey, you. Usually I don't interrupt, but... Ilium, who is this woman? This is Ketsa. She's everything to me, and I haven't seen her since she disappeared exploring an Eternal relic. It was so long ago, Carter. I thought they killed her, but she's right here. Ketsa's right here. How is she? Exhaustion, some minor injuries, and blight exposure. Otherwise, Ketsa's alright. Her body has adapted well to eternal physiology. They've integrated all systems around her core template. Is there anything to indicate how she might stop the blight? No, but certain anomalies in her biometric data are starting to make more sense. I suspect the full mechanism is part of the Eternal's technological matrix. Ketsa may simply be a key regulatory factor. What can we do to help? She needs to get off planet. We all do. Ketsa hasn't stopped the blight. We need time to analyze the situation, but we'll be dead within the hour if we stay here. Hold on. Aw, he's not dead. Well, that just means we get to hear the sexy Jeremy Irons wannabe voice again. Carter, come to gloat over the fallen? I need a way off the world. If she recovers, Ketsa could still end the blight. I won't debate that with you, Carter. There's no point. My people are here in force. The legions have secured this complex. They'll make sure you stay with the blight. You cannot communicate with the Exithian station. There's only one thing to do now, Carter. And what's that? Join me in death. We'll see about that. Poke, 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 poke. He's not moving. He's not moving. Okay. I think he might actually be dead. Maybe. Okay. Oh, Carter, thank the galaxy, it's you this time. Captain Mercer, how did you... The Temporal Integrity Commission got involved as soon as we notified the Alliance of your departure. Look, we don't have much time. Are you ready to return to the 25th century? No, Captain, I'm not. We had a feeling you'd say that. Look, captain to captain, every era has its problem. It's the nature of life. Without you, I'm sure these people can... Every planet's a lifeless wasteland, and we may have just found a way to put things right. Oh, that's quite the problem. Are you sure you can help? We just need to get these people out of here. We'll have to create a new link to include your other party members. The problem is that if we do that again at this exact location, we'll open a rift in the space-time continuum. Here, we can open a new portal at these spatial coordinates. They're a few hundred meters away. Just get there. We'll be ready. Thank you, Captain. Let's do the time warp again. That's quite the pickle, yeah. Let's see. We'll talk to Dakita first. Well, we're trapped. The jackals are here. Oh, no, I was supposed to talk to Ilium first, I think. This doesn't seem real, Tagi. Actually, no, I think I was supposed to talk to Dakita first. We're trapped. The jackals are here in force. Then that's it. This is how we end. Brought down by an invisible hand reflecting on the broken promise of our lives. Alright, you watch way too much General Hospital. It's not over yet, though. How so? Let's just say I've got friends in high places. If it's the Temporal Integrity Commission, tell them they need to spend less time bothering the multimillennia forward and more time worrying about what's coming up from behind. They can open a portal back to my time. That's our escape route. Back to your time. I see. Put sunglasses back on. I'm sorry, I just... Yeah! Oh. Then what? Then we figure out how to make the Eternals' plan work. We'll find a way to end the blight. Every one of us is secondary then. Ketsa must reach the portal. The coordinates are back the way we came. The jackals will try to stop us. We'll Well, damn it. I'm sorry, Carter. We'll do everything we can to see you reach the time portal. We'll all make it. Just stay together. Alright, now I'll talk to Ilium. This doesn't seem real, Itagi. As I'm sure you'd say, it's real enough. Just as I think she's truly dead, I find her here trying to fix the universe. Millennia of darkness gone in an instant. But why does the light feel so cold? Between where you are and where you were, there's tremendous psychological distance. You may not have caught up with yourself, Ilium. Maybe. You've compared scans to the biometric data? It's the same individual, and we can now be much more certain about phenotypic projections. And the isomorphic complex? Sorry, big words, stumbling. I think it may be related to interfacing with eternal technology. Her core physiology is EB, without doubt. Damn it, I don't know what to feel at this. It's Ketsa, but I can't let go of the... Ha! I wouldn't be me otherwise. Ketsa, we'll get you through this. And when you wake up, I promise I'll have processed this through. I'll be the proper mess I should be at seeing you again. Okay, so I was supposed to talk to him first. Damn it, they need markers. Alright. Since we're supposed to get there fast. Go, gadget boots. There was hope here, a chance for a new life. With them, that's gone. There's no going back. You jackals, it's all your fault. If you hadn't interfered, if it hadn't been for you meddling jackals. Takeda, focus. You scavengers will burn for everything. Every year alone, every moment knowing what I've lost, I'll make you pay for everything. Oh, well, this can't end well. Y'all focus on that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Wait a minute. Where's West? But wait, there's more! No. Those guys went down easy. Do. I feel like if I just jump to fight, I'm gonna miss some dialogue. Ketsa, are you? Damn it! Okay, maybe I should have done something. There's no way in hell you're taking... Ooh. He just stabbed him! Ah, there. That's problem. Ketsa, I won't let you down. Never again. Take her, Carter. It's only stunned. Pull them both through. Ah, I thought Nikita bore a striking resemblance to Ketsa. I was wondering if maybe they weren't the same person, but I've already played the second part. I have the tools, now give me space before he bleeds out. Where am I? Where's Ilium? Hey, you. Ilium, are you okay? By eternity, no! No! The blade had pneumatocysts. They tore through his cursed eternity. I don't have enough tissue to work with. You need it? Take it. Nikita, I have no way of knowing the compatibility factors. Just take it, Itagi. Let's see. I'll talk to Itagi. No. Nikita. Nikita, are you okay? It's nothing, Carter. You seem quite unsettled when fighting the jackals. Please, Carter, not now. If you need any help settling in, let me know. Okay, doesn't affect her dialogue. I feel like I'm... Okay. Carter, welcome back aboard. I owe you one. You, of all people, know it's all in a day's work. Now, who exactly have you brought aboard my station? Insert massive plot point here. I'll get some people to work at the problem once we get some data from this Eternal. Shouldn't that kind of procedure be handled in sickbay? New species, new ideas. I guess it won't make that much difference. We'll have to tear out most of this deck anyway. Why's that? Clean up. This whole section is in quarantine now. There's no telling what else you and your party have brought back with you. Wait, what about you? Mobile emitter. Presently, I'm on holodeck 2. I see. Ooh, lots of dialogue options. He's gonna be okay, Carter. That's good to hear. What did this? Insert other massive plot point. It was on the planet with us? It was waiting for us on Exithia? What's wrong? Please, you have to put this station on high alert. Why? It's here in this time as well. It followed us? It's always been here. Ketsa, what are you talking about? It killed the Eternals. It triggered the Blight. It's not from our universe. And all it wants is for things to return to the way they were, before life evolved in our galaxies. Does it know you're here? I don't know. Maybe. It knows of temporal technology. If it was scanning, it'll find the portal's destination. What can one alien do? To us, it can do anything. And we'll do everything we can to stop it. Alright, first off, Mr. Duncan, I'd like to point something out right here. In the list of features for this episode, you said no cliffhanger. Motherfucker, that's a cliffhanger. That ends Epoch Part 1. Part 2 has been released. I'm guessing that was updated today. Check the Foundry Review tab if you don't find it when searching. If you have not yet checked out the rest of the AEI anthology, the author strongly recommends you do so, especially before April 11th. Apex, Eons, Trident, and Inversion, SSF, all tie into Epoch, though by no means are these the only exploration missions that push the frontier. Thank you for playing, and we'll be continuing this soon, hopefully. P.S. An emergency author hologram has been provided in this hallway to answer some of the questions you may have about Epoch Part 1. Special thanks. Special thanks to the Foundry Roundtable, the Foundry community, especially the other AEI authors, Special Omega Force, and all the devs who have volunteered their time to support the Foundry. Special shoutouts to Timberwolf and the ever-pink Zeronius Rex for their AEI streams. Great fun and a lot of perspective. More by the author. The Alliance Exploration Initiative, Eons, Trident, 2 parts, Apex, the Starfleet Security Files, Gemini, Polarity, Entropy, Continuity, Echoes, and Inversion. So yeah, I know I've played this mission before, but at a certain point, either I must have lost connection, fallen asleep, something happened, I never finished it. Story, combat, ground, solo. And I can't give a tip because I already gave you one today. Alright, let's go talk to the emergency hologram. But first, what's this? Transporter log, Starbase Magellan, Promenade. Current stardate, Ambassador Troy and Party. Administrators Dravik, Jagoro, and Party. High Regent Zero and Partey. Fleet Admiral Captain Carter and Party. Captain redacted. Admiral redacted. Envoy redacted. Sure are a lot of redacteds. That must be a common name. It's not a Green Dragoon cliffhanger. Why is it not letting me talk to the... Uh-oh. Was I think I might have screwed that up. By the way, is it just me, or does he kind of look like the EMH that Zachary Quinto voiced in the tutorial? Is it the same model? Okay, yep. Is he still in the tutorial? Because I don't remember him from the last time I played through it, but it was a while ago that I played through it. Alright, well, it's not letting me talk to the emergency author hologram, but it probably... Oh, nope. There it is. It's the kitty cat. Greetings, I am the emergency author hologram. Spits. There, I have brought you a dead subroutine as a sign of my affection. I have questions about Epoch Part 1. Be warned, I may also give my answers in bites. Alright, enough of that. How do other missions relate to this one? The full list is as follows. Apex, direct prequel. Eons, setup to future setting. Trident, setup to Trident. Gemini, Ketsa origin. Polarity, Ilium origin. Echoes, Ilium meets Ketsa. Inversion, one map foreshadows the Blight. Do you have further questions? Why involve SSF characters? Ketsa and Ilium are adaptations of original sci-fi characters I've been dabbling with for a few years. My AEI missions are similarly adaptations of original sci-fi concepts I've been dabbling with for those years. They go together. But the circumstances of me making Foundry missions split their arcs until now. I chose to focus on the characters for my Starfleet Security series. At the time, that approach felt most achievable and appropriate for an STO Foundry mission. Since then, I've become a lot more comfortable telling stories in this format. So for AEI, I felt like bringing everything back together for a 2-part series. And hey, who doesn't love epic crossovers? Do you have further questions? I swear this should be Eartha Kitt. What is the Blight? An invasive process. I can't say more without spoiling part 2. Is there any scientific basis for this? Hell no. When thinking about the galaxies in 4.6 million years' time, I try to stick to evolutionary principles, but the Star Trek universe gives me a lot of latitude to make fantastical stuff up for the sake of an interesting plot. Will there be space maps in part 2? Yes, for part 1 I didn't want to repeat the events of Inversion, SSF 2-2, where the player follows a visitor from the future through a space portal they created. It could have worked just fine, but for this mission I wanted the player to have less support and less connection to their time. That's not to say that I'll do the same thing again for part 2. In fact, I definitely won't do the same thing again. There will be space combat. But for part 1, this is what I felt worked best. And hey, that transition, the portal on Starbase Magellan, that was really cool. How do I find out when part 2 is released? Follow me on Twitter, or keep an eye on the SSF thread in the official STO Foundry forums. If you drop me a note, blah 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 blah, there should be an addendum. It's already out. Is there something up with the characters? Character arcs will continue to develop. Suffice to say, there is more to the story than meets the eye. Part 2 needs dramatic moments, and that's what we're working towards in Part 1. It's worth noting that I tried to do more than simply not tell you what was going on, which is how I approached Apex. That was all based on implication. The pieces to Epoch Part 2 have been laid throughout Epoch Part 1. They just require a few connections. And I think that was it. Oh, nope, there's more. What should I look for when trying to find connections? If I throw a proper noun out like trident, that's a dead giveaway. I also tried to pay close attention to styles of speech and architecture. Buildings can be classified as follows: black blocks and obelisks, eternal; silver blocks and spires, trident; tan blocks, something else, covered in part 2. And is there a firm timeline? Year 0 to 2409-2410 STO. 3.8 million years. Eternals establish themselves. Human descendant species Amuan withdraws to Sol. 4 million years. Trident cuts contact to our universe. 4.2 million years. Eternals begin reconfiguring small planetoids. Ketsa disappears. Ilium begins raiding Eternal facilities. 4.205 million years. Ilium stops his war against the Eternals, drifts back into galactic society. 4.4 million years. Eternals withdraw from galaxies. Smaller powers begin warring with each other. 4.45 million years. Trident resumes contact with our universe. 4.49 million years. Ictrin compact made. Remaining galactic powers settle, somewhat. 4.5 million years. Eons, AEI, Inversion, SSF. 4.59 million years. Blight hits. Planetary civilization falls. 4.6 million years. Epoch, Part 1 and 2. 6.1 million years. Apex. Now, it's understandable you didn't have time to update all the dialogue. Let's see. The map design reminded me a lot of Eons. I'm glad you noticed. That's intentional. But I tried to do more than simply make a better version of Eons, from my current point of view. Epoch uses visual cues from previous AEI missions, not just Eons, to connect things together. With those in place, it goes on to tell a broader story which those missions couldn't have done individually. And I think that was the last one. Nope, one more. What's the Nephonis plot about? That was Crazy Guy. It's the backstory. Oh. It's the backstory to Prometheus, the villain in the AEI mission Apex, the one this mission is a sequel to. He may show up in part 2. I have a plot point specifically in mind, but it depends on how things shape up when I get to building. That explains some things. Alright, and that is it. That is the end. Alright, I am going to play part 2, but I desperately need a bathroom break. So, let's go ahead and beam out. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. I'll be back in, give me 5-10 minutes. So, cue imaginary interlude music, intermission music, and I shall return. And we're back. Thank you everyone for sticking around. Sorry that took so long. Let's check the chat. Dance, dance, dance. Dance, dance, dance. Dancing tardy. Dancing tardy. I don't know. Alright, so we have played... Oops, sorry about that. We have played Apex, we have played Epoch Part 1, and now let us commence Epoch Part 2. Numero dos, the finale. Can everyone hear me? We're gonna do the annoying thing. We're gonna do the annoying... Okay, yep. Alright. To the Foundry. I am so not looking forward to the day that this tab is no longer there. So, is it still in review, or has it gotten the necessary 5 reviews yet? Oh, there goes my phone. It is. But it only needs 1 more review. Oh, I'm competing with Priority 1. Oh no. Well, this should only take another 2 hours. Alright. I'll be honest, I actually really enjoy listening to the final product of Priority 1. I don't know exactly what it is, but I just don't enjoy the live cast as much. I'm not sure why, but to each their own. Everyone enjoys what they enjoy. But I promised myself I was going to play through all 3 of these missions tonight on stream, and gosh darn it, I'm gonna do it. I should have refilled my water before I came back. Oh well. So let's jump over to the Twitterverse. Oops. All right. Pacific time? No, I am Eastern time. It is 11:30 right now. Fortunately, I don't go to work till 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, so I've got plenty of time. I'm more worried about my voice. Alright. So here we go. Epoch Part 2 by Gorgonops. So this has been a long time coming, and I'd given up hope of getting this out before the Foundry sunset. First I built Memorial Tour, then Evolution Smile from project components that I could fit together into a working story arc. Then I did the same for Transcendence Part 4. Now you see where I went next. This is nearly the mission I was intending to make. There's more exposition towards the end than normally desired, but my priority was to finish the story I set out to tell with Eons and Apex. This will do. thank you for waiting, and thank you for the years of amazing foundrying. Duncan, Idaho. I just want to say, starting out, thank you for this whole thing. Like I said earlier, Apex was one of the very first Foundry missions I played when I first started playing Star Trek Online back in late 2016. And like I said earlier, the Foundry, the concept of the Foundry, was one of the biggest selling points for this game for me. Before I got so heavy into Star Trek Online, I was a big Skyrim fanboy. And playing Skyrim on PC, of course, I love mods to the point that I became a mod author myself. Hey, Captain B Money, how you doing? The Foundry represented to me a very cool and logical progression from modding a single-player game to essentially modding a multiplayer MMO set in perhaps my favorite intellectual property of all time. And I loved the idea of being able to tell our own stories. And I'll be honest, I kind of slacked over the last year of playing Foundry missions. Every once in a while, I jumped in and played a couple. But I've been focused mostly on the power creep, getting my my build dialed in, and just exploring all the fun endgame content and all that. It's not real Skyrim until you have broken the game with mods. It's not real Skyrim until you have broken the game without mods. Let me tell you, I did a, 500-hour playthrough on the Xbox 360. No mods, no unofficial patch, nothing. And let me tell you, that Fortify Restoration glitch, oh, you can break the game. There is a chest in one of my Hearthfire houses I cannot open. If I open that chest, the game crashes. There is one item in that chest. It is a blacksmith's apron that has been enchanted to fortify smithing. I believe it's 4 billion%. Yeah. Let me tell you about breaking games for fun and profit. But, so we are going to finish this trilogy, which it's actually a lot more than a trilogy. There's what Duncan Idaho did is very similar to what I wanted to do with what I was planning with my Foundry series focused on Captain Carter and the crew of the Providence. Speaking of which, this one has space combat. Well, let's go ahead and click accept, and let's switch, because I've been flying the Miskatonic. Let's switch to my main ship, the Providence. Many years ago, I want to say... Oh, hold on. So one thing I hate about switching ships is you have to disable. Yeah, and then that. You have to disable any visuals you don't want anytime you switch. So many years ago, I want to say roughly a dozen, right around there, about 12, 13 years ago, I came up with this idea of a Star Trek series, either TV, book, whatever. Star Trek Providence. That, for those who are familiar with, you know, the deep Star Trek stuff and American horror, Star Trek has borrowed from the author H.P. Lovecraft quite a bit over the years, especially The Next Generation. There's quite a few episodes that were heavily inspired by Lovecraft. And I got an idea of what if there was a Star Trek series that was pretty much all Lovecraft. And that was what Star Trek Providence was supposed to be, was if you were to take the cosmic horror of H.P. Lovecraft and put it fully in Star Trek. And I came up with all these characters and all these ideas, and I never really did anything with it. And then I got into Star Trek Online a couple years ago, and my very first character was Captain Randall Carter, and his main ship has always been the USS Providence. And I very much wanted to do a Foundry series telling that story, bringing cosmic horror of the Lovecraftian variety into Star Trek Online. Unfortunately, I'm lazy and I procrastinate, and I never did. I have a couple missions that I had started working on in the Foundry that I have not made much progress on, even though they've been sitting there for well over a year, or well over 2 years at this point. And I had thought about, with the announcement of the sunsetting of the Foundry, of just bashing one out. But with my lack of knowledge of the Foundry, I don't think I'd be able to do it in the time I have. So instead, I am going to be streaming and videoing as many Foundry missions as I can before that is no longer an option. And I have decided to take tonight to dedicate to these 3 missions by Duncan Idaho. So, let us continue our adventure and begin Epoch Part 2. And for those who are just joining, my voice is a little haggard, but I have been voicing the dialogue of all of this. Sir, we're approaching Starbase Magellan. Captain Mercer has cleared us for transport into the quarantine section. And for those who weren't here earlier, this is Captain Carter's standard away team. You have Doc Harley Warren, his chief medical officer, Lieutenant Asenath Waite, his chief science officer, Chief Engineer Heather West, and Lieutenant Commander Saya Kusanagi, his tactical officer. Ah, you flatter me, Duncan. You flatter me. I just wish my voice, my throat wasn't so congested. I'd be doing this a mighty service if I had my actual D&D voice going on tonight. Ugh. Actually, while this is loading, I'll be right back. I need to go refill my water. Alright, we're back. Let's see here. This all looks vaguely familiar. Hey, the pool table got moved.
I do not understand our directive. Stand aside. I understand our directive with total clarity.
And he breaks the pool cue.
You have hit the table. Minimal adjustments have been made to ball locations. Striking the table is part of strategy. What is the other part? The other part is demonstrating that my combat abilities are superior to yours.
It's the other guy.
It is my turn next.
Hey, where's the Gorn bartender? It's a shame we couldn't, make mini games You could play pool with the Synthics. Alright. Whoops. Should I ask? Depends. If you want to cause the Temporal Integrity Commission undue frustration with you learning details about life in the future, Ilium's implants are in hand. Have no fear. We may begin our return to our time. Do we have a plan? Yeah, use myself as a harmonic amplifier to allow Ketsa to interface with the Eternal's domain and the Blight. It took careful calibration, but I'm sure we can end it. The problem is just a stable waveform, and we have to break it. Do we have any more information about what the Eternals are planning on doing with said waveform? Trying to expand their domain, no doubt. And the time I spent with them as myself, I learned that the Eternals had reached the maximum extent their technology would allow. The secondary consequence of a static domain for a species such as theirs is that their society was in rigor. Whatever they did which triggered the Blight, it was to unlock new possibilities for them. It failed. Now we must bring them final closure. Alright then, where's Nikita? By herself. She's, taken to self-isolation. Cargo bay, mostly. Our Synthic combat master isn't one for socialization, and for the sake of, well, being able to live on the station, we've respected the fact that she needs more space than most. I see. Oh, I'll go speak to her. And no more explosions, please. Watch your fingers, Carter. Those are quite sharp. What are you doing with these weapons? They were, as you might say, tools for negotiation. After Magellan's crew shut off the replicators, we began making those blades from deck plates and toiletries. Sorry, I got distracted by dog and cat are playing. After, why did they shut off the replicators? Because we were making particle weapons. Why were you making particle weapons? Because this deck is crawling with Cardassian voles. We tried dealing with them ourselves, but that drew Chatat's attention. Things got out of hand from there. By the way, we took those during a raid on Deck 4. We have plenty of food now. Help yourself. I'm fine, thanks. Alright. So I did notice something when I was playing this morning, Duncan. There's one bed. There's 4 of them. I'm assuming there's other beds behind these doors. Okay. I didn't think to look earlier. I'm a little happier with this. I was slightly concerned. Of course, Ilium has the big screen TV. I'm guessing this is, oh, what's her name? Itaka? I'm terrible with names, especially when they're weird names. No. And I'm guessing this is Ketsa's. Ah, that makes sense. Before we talk to her, is there anything hiding behind here? negative Ghost Rider. Fair enough. Echoes in space, it's all that I am. Looking at you, what have I become? I don't know. Oh, Carter, hi. Don't tell the others I was singing. Ilium. Are we leaving? We are. Good. I look forward to having something to do again. The wait has been... This is the time we have. We'd best make use of it. Indeed. Yes. Thank you, Carter. We have a universe to save. We'd best get to it. Indeed. Ah, okay. I'm gonna have to play all the other missions now. I mean, there's no events going on right now, so I technically have nothing to do in game other than play Foundry missions. That is probably gonna be a thing now. And if Kale sees this, or if anybody wants to get the word to him, no events until the Foundry sun sets. I don't need distractions. You all packed? It's a long trip if we have to come back for something. I'm all set. You sure? It was under a table, probably rolled there after what happened last night. After I yelled at Ketsa. She was pushing the matter. Here, you don't want the Temporal Integrity Commission coming to find you after you leave something like this behind. It's just a modified power cell from a tricorder. The locals could have... Once I left something like this behind on an underdeveloped world after an unplanned trip through an Undine portal. When I tracked it down after realizing my mistake, the locals had already anointed it their lightning god. 6 deaths as far as I could tell, and don't tell me that the Magellan crew is more sensible. I never heard about that. Undine, you say? I found a group a few thousand years ago. Our time. They were different. I'd like to hear about it sometime. For now, I'll clean up my mess and try my best not to create any new religions in this time. Oh, come on. Give us a little more credit than that, Ilium. This ain't the Orville. Security. Intruder on... Alrighty then. If that was communication, I'm not sure what it could signify. We should transport to your ship immediately. Is there any significance to the blade? No, it's another Jackal combat knife. The styling is different to the one he attacked me with, but the origin is probably close to when we left from. Sounds like there's a trap waiting for us. There's little we can do if so. Let's simply hope we're capable enough to handle whatever lies ahead. Now let's proceed to the ship. Site-to-site transport authorized, sir. Captain Mercer sends his best wishes. We are ready to transition to the distant future. We have no time to... You know what? No, I'm just going to stop right there. Let's go. Loading time. Yeah, damn it. I keep having funny ideas for singing songs during the loading screens, and then I can't think of the next line. Baby Spock, doo 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 doo. Baby Spock, doo 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 doo. Okay, no, I give up on that one too. The vortex is holding steady, sir. Our transition to the 4.6 million year time frame will be complete. Helm, steady as she goes. Attention! Planet cracking Operation 623 of the Icterin Mining Cooperative has become unstable. A station is in station. Population at third order scale. Any vessel, please assist. We're responding to your distress call. What needs to be done? Our operation has been compromised by an eternal relic. It was buried in the planet we busted and scans didn't detect it. Its defensive systems have locked us out of our gravitic cores and deployed synthic warships about the system. Kill them. Stabilize the cores. I'm transmitting the necessary control sequences to your ship now. Acknowledged. Carter, another station's under attack. I recommend we see to it before the cores. That may be a significant risk, Ilium. You don't trust a 4.6 million-year-old sentient to have a good sense of timing? I know who you are, and I know you would do everything you can to save lives. Very well, Ilium. I'll trust your judgment in this. By the way, when I played this mission this morning, I completely misunderstood that exchange, and I tried to say no, thinking that was saying we have to save them. When I realized what was actually going on, I felt like such an ass. Thank you. Thank you. Our shields were failing, and you'd best see to the cores. We'll continue damage control operations and keep the main facility posted. How many people were aboard your station? 12,600 or thereabout. We were processing the movement of a colony group from Epoch. Look, we appreciate what you've done, but you'd best see to those cores. Understood. Ilium? Yes? Did you know? I had a feeling. Right time, right place. Just like back at the cell. Let's get underway.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Oh. Damn it. Went to the wrong one first. This is what the markers on the map are for, Carter. Spit. This thing is a mess. I can't believe the Eternals would... This is not a relic of the Eternals. Not a single relic at any rate. It appears to be an amalgamation, transported here with considerable care. For what purpose? A larder, perhaps? Or maybe a trap? Either way, the defensive systems are intact, though I can guarantee now that we can disable the cores. The AI here is not a problem for one such as I. Well, let's do it. By the way, saying let's do it right there, I suddenly have Tone Loc stuck in my head. Thank you very much. Do-do-do-do-do. Ch-do-do. Ch. No? No? Okay. Remember, kids, your build is only half the DPS. The other half is piloting. What is... What ability do they have that is reducing my turn rate so badly?
Warning. Ship is under attack.
There's something there. There it is.
Has failed.
There we go. Ah. Sir, we have incoming hostiles. Weapons primed and locked. They are not synthic. Receiving a transmission now. On screen.
Interference, intrusion. For these crimes against the natural order of the blighted universe, you will be destroyed.
Battle stations. Oh, I recognize that. Wow. That was... Huh. Quicker than I thought it would be. Well, that's that. The station is hailing us. It'll be good to hear that we... Does your ship detect any survivors, Carter? Do we? If Ketz is referring to the Jackal, sir, no, I'm not reading any signs of escape pods or any other auxiliary vessels. That is, well, for what they've done to a relic. My apologies, Dakita. You may continue. I think we should simply make contact with the station. From everyone in this system, thank you. Is there anything your ship requires? We can forego station custom. Any exchange we make will be kept off the registers. No, I believe we're set to get underway. I'm sure you are. Stay safe out there. You too. So where exactly are we going? That's a good question. Earth. It has a backdoor connection to the Eternal Domain. We can interface directly with the Sanctum of Sanctums and transition directly to the source of the Blight. Is Earth? It's not far, and it's not populated. It fell to the Blight with every other known world. I see. Well, set a course. Course laid in, sir. We're ready to proceed on your order. Engage. Baby Spock, doo 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 doo. That should just be my transition song from now on whenever I get stuck on a loading screen. Yes. And there we have it. Earth. The Blight was brought into the universe through a relic on its surface. If there's any hope left, we'll find it here. What's ahead of us? The remnants of what appears to be an orbital defense grid. I'm reading heavy Blight infiltration, though many active power ratings. Are we to fight our way to the surface? We can ease the way. Proceed to these coordinates. Taking out that control processor will scatter what remains of the Eternal Fleet. Fleet? Blight-infested remnants. You handled the like before. Helm, proceed at full impulse. Come on, where'd it go? It's hiding.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Very good. Hold this position. Ilium, I need your help with this one. You think a torpedo will be sufficient? No, not with the superstructure intact. I want you to transport over to that thing. Sorry, I misread that. I want you to transport over that thing I know you're carrying. The thing you reserved for negotiations with Starfleet. Do I want to know about this thing? It's quite stable. Get it over there and let's proceed to the surface. So complacent to light a beacon. Do you realize the wrath you've just called upon yourself? The order of life will be restored through the violent deaths of you and your... Cut that channel and prepare for combat. Tyrant warship. That sounds fun. Oh, we're actually taking damage. More ships on the way, sir. We should proceed to Earth at once. Ahead, full.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Other baddies out there? Yeah, we got some in long-range sensors.
Warning. Ship is under attack. Target shield has failed. Four shields failing.
Nothing else? Alright. Earth! What happened to you? Lock on to these coordinates and set a course back to the station. Reinforcements will be there and they're in force. They'll handle what jackals remain in pursuit. If that's the plan, let's beam down. Away team ahead! Duncan, since I wrote most of the mission dialogue and set up half the objectives last night, it's kinda unreal to be seeing this mission streamed. Ah, dude, not a problem. Thank you for... Just thank you. Thank you, thank all the awesome Foundry authors out there. You guys have contributed a lot. It's quite tranquil here. Exithia seems so much more in turmoil with itself. Shall we take this as a good omen or bad? Positive mental outlooks. Takeda, a word? Yes. Do you know what this is? Holds up an amulet. Kind of nosily looking over his shoulder. That's all I needed to know. Carter, if I have my timing right, the Providence will be back for us as soon as we're finished. Let's proceed, and don't touch anything which looks eternal in nature. It's likely not getting along well with the local technology. I'll take that under advisement. Just let me play with my treble first. Gotta get that buff. Ilium, what did you intend with that thing you showed me? You don't know? I need to know what the situation is here. It's what it's always been, whether we realized it or not. Come on, you don't expect me to... I don't know, Ilium. I really don't know what to expect. I was sent on a mission. It was supposed to be simple. It's been anything but. So please, just tell me anything which will help. It's never been that simple between us, Takeda. I'm just gonna slowly walk over here. What do you see, Shaper? Perhaps too much. Too obvious? You made a point of not looking. Theatrics. It doesn't suit you. It doesn't, but I like to think I can make a decent effort when needs dictate. The words of a heretic, if ever I heard them. Your teachers would be so... One might not completely disown me. Be thankful, though, because if I wasn't the kind of shaper I am, your Ilium wouldn't have survived a harvester's blade to his sternum. My apologies. I was not intending to sound as if I was passing judgment. Call it banter, or a weak attempt at such. This is all so... new. That hybrid body of yours isn't sanctified by any stretch of the imagination. But I know what's at stake, so I'm not passing judgment either. Not of the kind that results in exile, at any rate. Thank you for being here with us, Itagi. You are special. And for one of my perspective, that means something. I'm just gonna keep walking. By the way, I just want to say, there's a little detail right here. You set the charge, and you actually have to back off before you detonate it. How many missions in the actual game do you set the charge, and then it explodes right under your feet? No problem. Oy vey. For the record, don't ever say you did that. Detonating parts of Earth is frowned upon by most species connected to this region of space. Thanks, Itagi. We give time to honor the dead, for it's time that we have to thank for the calamity the universe has been forced to endure. May our actions make these the last to fall to the blight. It wasn't the explosion, was it? She's paying respects to someone who died of blight poisoning, Carter. It's hard to say how long they've been here, but I'm not inclined to argue with Takeda if she wants to do something for a fallen stranger. Ilium, what do we really know about her? Pardon? Where was she born? Can't say. See my point? I can hear you. Any hobbies besides training to fight with Synthics? I'm done. We can proceed without further delay. Very well, then. By the grace of space, the jackals have moved us off 6 claims within
0.82 hours of landing. It feels like we've left behind more equipment than collected salvage. Kitron tells me otherwise. Our blight count is high and the scrubbers are at capacity, but one more run and we can return home. Poor schmuck. We're still waiting on Letok. He swears he saw movement in the relic. Could be a working synthic, he said. Captain's giving him another 8 minutes, then we're pulling out. If he makes it back, good. If not, then that's another soul given to the Blight. It's a tree! Well, that looks inviting. Inviting, isn't it? There's power here if the entryway is still clear of debris. I'm not reading any signs of jackals either. Seems they steered clear of this place. Let's get moving before that changes. By the way, I absolutely love the Cyclopean architecture you used. Yeah, always go left. Oh, yeah, I probably should. I forgot about that. What'd I blow up by changing the lighting? Are they supposed to be dead? Because this one's moving. Allow me. I'm augmented for this. I'm starting to feel like you don't really need me here. That is an unfair assessment of your role, Carter. My ship brought you here, and there's no sign of hostiles. Just a waveform to clear, right? There may be additional layers of defense, which may... I'm from 4.6 million years in the past. There's a civilization still extant here. Why me? A fitting question. Your involvement is non-random. You speak? I've had time to prepare myself. And before you draw your weapon, ask yourself why I would want the Blight to continue. Well, that depends entirely on who you are. No, it depends on who you are. He lives. Was the weapon defective? It just shoots him. Ilium! If it didn't work last time, it won't this time. Ketsa, you ready? You may feel an inversion, Carter. You'll know what I mean in 3, 2, 1. I do! Oh!
Baby Spock, doo 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 doo. Let's see my watch count drop. This isn't an eternal domain. This is Trident. This is a plane of Trident. The source of the blight. Did the Eternals? Not now, Dakita. Yes, now, Carter. What Ketsa is, she's not. Carter, Trident is a stable plane of reality tangential to our own. It was created to be the ultimate home of sentient life. The Eternals, they were trying to create the ultimate home for sentient life within our plane, Dakita. Eternity for all. It was necessary to tap into Trident to begin the process. The key above us, it would have posed very little risk had the outsider not interfered. Dakita, please put down the weapon. What's past is past. We must end the blight. For what? The memory of your people? Would you really aim so low? I can't let you near the source. You've done so much, taken so much, and I can't... Dakita, I'm here. Are you? We have to end the blight. And there's only one way to do that. My implants are synced with hers. It'll be fine. I understand. Hold on to that, because we're probably not alone here. Trouble? The plane of Trident is an undefined expanse. It has limitless potential for humanoid evolution, but severe limitations when it comes to civilization. What's here is different. Be on the lookout, Carter. If it moves, probably safe to shoot it. Well, it appears I'm of some use after all. By the way, I just want to say you did a fantastic job on this map. Humanoid. Combat plating. It doesn't look like a synthic.
It moves.
Oh!
It lives. It stands before the shattering of shatterings, hoping to find solace from silent gods. Like the others, it will break. Like the others, it will bleed. Like the others, it will scream.
Crap. By the way, I don't know how close that was to the voice I gave him earlier, but it works. He's evolved since then. Maybe he sounds more evil. Anybody else? Negative. What the hell was that? Macroscopic quantum replication? God, what the hell is something like that doing on... it's a mistake gone rampant. This entity, Prometheus, was found in association with several eternal relics. Before the Blight, it was a matter of some concern to them. And now? And now it's a pretty good indication that what we've come for is here. Without any checks, it's probably found a nice home here. Maybe for the best, since it's probably kept away any local humanoids in this plane. Can we kill it? Most likely, when we end the Blight. The subspace repercussions are going to wreak havoc on whatever pattern is keeping that thing stable. That's not exactly comforting to what I know lies ahead. Say, there was another one that looped behind us. Oh. The hell through Doc? Had you originally planned on a grand villain? The connection point is undamaged, even if it's been diluted by the Blight. What we need is indeed here. There should be a control matrix up ahead. Look for another construct like this one interfaced with the Trident key. What's the Trident key? That. This plane is a free-form abstraction in reality created by another civilization. Their descendants placed the Trident key to try to gain control over the plane. It didn't work, but it gave the Eternals leverage for their devices. What kind of devices? Ketsev, ending the Blight means manipulating the fabric of reality. There's levels of manipulation. For our purposes, though, we need only end a process begun in foolish hope. Recovery is a task we will leave to nature's graces. Very well, let's proceed. Oh. There's a message here, coded into the main processor. I don't know what this device is supposed to do, but someone's left a note with it. Can we play it? Routing it through our communication systems now. Give it a moment. The translator is having some difficulty. That will... edge. That will... time. The plane stretches on. At radiant night, I see reflection in above. We say plane does not feel. We say plane, I find feeling in this place. Blackened machines distort. Blackened machines pry. I see it in their architecture. Design is simple, like knife. For those that pass, pass on. Those who pry the plane know what the plane returns. I was expecting an eternal research log. Carter, this isn't one of their domains. Care to guess who that might have been? Not in any detail. Looked and sounded like a traveler to me. Done a fair bit of wandering, and his equipment looked quite serviceable, though not advanced enough to explain looks down on eternal technology. Age might, though. So a very old traveler of this plane? Sure. And depending on the scale of the plane, he may be wandering between communities or practically alone in infinity. All I can say is that it's fortunate to have a second opinion regarding what we found here. Indeed. Huh? I don't know if there was more you had originally intended, but that seemed complete. No, nothing at that one. Don't look down. This was a really, really cool scene to walk up on the first time. There it is, the source of the blight. Here, universes have been entwined, but something has gone awry. The blight has crippled the universe, Carter. But know that what the Eternals had planned would have brought an end to all life as we know it. Ketsa said you caused this. Has she? Know that her perspective is biased in this regard, Carter. Ketsa is an Eternal. There's a distinction to make. She has been augmented by the Eternals. Tell me, Carter, why would the Eternals entrust the survival of the universe in the event something went wrong to an abductee with no intimate knowledge of their plans or technology? An Eternal cannot survive outside of their domain in their original body. Your Ketsa is merely what was required for an Eternal to persist in real time. She is one of them at her core. That is true. This body was acquired so that one of us could move beyond our domain to deal with problems in the universe proper. We never imagined, though, the scale of disaster I would face. So the original? Cast aside with only a synthic's body to carry her home. She never found it. The Shapers would not make the repairs necessary for her to navigate multi-galaxies. By all appearance, she was a taboo creature. The Eternals had no appreciation for how society had evolved beyond their domain. I found her, and from the real Ketsa I deduced what the Eternals were planning. Where is she? Here. I was sent by the Outsider to retrieve my body so we could end the blight. I remembered something of who I was, not all of it. A sanctified Shaper could have restored my memories. The only I could convince to help me were outcasts. So you're an agent of the Outsider. So all the pieces are in play. What is left is to defend the universe. My Ketsa was instructed to terminate the Eternal should she reach this plane without my say-so. Evidently, she failed. Because of me. You knew I was helping them. Your response was to try to kill me. That's very unlike you. I thought you were simply curious, knowing the implications and trying to help in your own way. I didn't know you caused... I didn't cause the blight. It was a consequence of what the Eternals were planning. At minimum, it is the least harm that could have... You were alone and couldn't have known what might have happened. The Eternals did a stupid thing, and from where I'm standing, you were right to stop them. But there were consequences.
Death upon you all. The gods are dead. They are all dead, and no one will take their inheritance away from me.
And now the pew-pew. Ah! Holy. God damn it. Once more, with feeling!
There is nothing in the universe but
Itself, that's enough for me. This doesn't feel good. Tuggy? It's a stick. You think I can't handle a stick? 5 seconds, good as new, so long as you think it's a good idea to not make this one semi-incapacitated. Well, I caused the blight. You did. She will unleash so much worse if you allow the Eternal to interface with the Source again. She will overwrite the universe. Everything and everyone will. It'll be fine. You're not facing this situation alone again. You know that. You can see it. Just look at the captain. This is context. So let me deal with this situation. Ilium, you're being overly reasonable. Maybe, but it's what the situation needs. I haven't forgotten what this has cost me. But I also know what I have now. I know my Ketsa is here, and things are going to be alright, provided we take these final steps forward. Takeda? We've been apart for a very long time. What I can say, though, is that this is Ilium. For what I remember of my life, this is the man I've shared most of it with. Darn infuriating sometimes, though moderation at a time when vengeance is called for is a virtue which all ancients have by nature learned. I see. Ilium, I am not intending to restart the process. I am simply trying to... Your people did something incredibly stupid, and I think you appreciate that fact more than any Eternal. You've been outside. You've seen what it meant back on Starbase Magellan. That time I know was well spent. So we'll end the blight, then you're free to do as you please, within the limits imposed by conventional morality. 4.6 million years later, conventional morality. That's funny. You say that to the person occupying Ketsa's body. How can I trust you in this? You can, because she's waiting on the other side of this moment. What happened doesn't change that. Isn't that right, Takeda? For foregoing revenge against the woman who stole my body, you have earned many revengings yourself, Ilium. But I appreciate the circumstance, so let's do this. I could rage, but I've come to appreciate with time how little that accomplishes. And I know that you probably weren't responsible for... I was the one who confirmed the plan to capture Ketsa and make use of her body. But as we are cooperating to end the blight and restore the universe to a state fit for life, I suppose that's something we'd best not hold on to. Takeda? It's bleepin' well, isn't it? I'm assuming that's what's supposed to be, is that's the universal translator censoring it. Take a hollow. There, it's done. No more blight. That's it? That's it. So why did you need me here? Because I might have done something stupid if you weren't. I won't forget that you did this. Did what? If I tell you, chances are moot the Temporal Integrity Commission will let you remember any of this. Suspect all you like. Wait, you don't mean... Fancy a stroll outside? It'll be a good day to sit on a world and not have to worry about it slowly killing me. I suppose so. So we're all alive, and we won. I wasn't anticipating this, Carter. Positive mental outlook. Let's go home. I just realized that probably sounded amazing over the mic. I gathered that. That's why I was so frustrated this morning when it broke right after this load screen. I was like, what? What? Yeah, so when I played the mission this morning, I think the spawn point was like right behind this wall because I fell and I could not get out of there. Go gadget boots. It's nice out. I haven't felt it in far too long. Ilium, how much did you know? About you? The Blight? And how this would end? Yeah. The broad strokes. Getting stabbed wasn't part of the plan, and I didn't really know about Nikita until after we rescued Ketsa from the Jackals and the Blight. Did you bring me into this? People I know did, and if you want to know more about them, you'll simply have to keep moving forward. For my part, I'm very tired, and I could use someone to talk to. As could I. We've waited a long time for this, Carter. Well, if I'm no longer needed... Your ship back yet? Seems like it's a few minutes out. Have a seat. Another moment or two won't hurt. Our reunion happened in a holding cell on board an Ixthian station. This is a different moment, and it won't come again. You're right. Intagi, Fake Me, Galactic Destroyer, you too. We'll all have a sit while the Providence enters range. We end the Blight to sit in dirt. It's a prerogative well earned, I suppose. Indeed. And I can just see the masses flocking to the Shaper enclaves to demand terrestrial augmentations. There's gonna be a lot of rebuilding, recultivating. It'll be eons until anything like a natural ecology develops, and even that. And that is something. I'm receiving a hail from a ship. They can wait. What if it's urgent? If so, they would have simply beamed us up. But... enjoy the moment, Carter. Thank you. Providence to Carter. Apologies for overriding comms, but what is your status? Is the Blight? It's over, and this is going to be one hell of a report. You can drop us off at the station before you call for temporal evac. This is as good a time as any to say goodbye. So it's been an honor, Carter. Thanks. I'll try to do my best to stay out of trouble. Farewell. That concludes Epoch Part 2. The author hopes you enjoyed this series and thanks you for the years of foundrying. It was a unique experience. His work will continue with short stories and other art. Tune in to the official STO forums or his Twitter account at Gorgonops_SSF to stay connected. Thank you again. Special thanks to the Foundry Roundtable, Dragon1701, Green Dragoon, Mar Hawkman, the community at large, especially Garthon, Heathen Dog, Admiral Aaron, and his ability to implant an explosive console in my tongues, saying his name, Captain Hunter, Starfarer Theta, P. Sutherland, Pax Federatica, oh god, I hate old Irish names, Kakulian 74, XR 377, Harient, the whole crew at Starbase UGC, Kurumi Morishita, Bruin Fane, Timberwolf, Guljarul, everyone working with the Foundry, and everyone playing with these missions. Cryptic Studios, especially Zeronius Rex and Ambassador Kale. What? No emergency author hologram? Surprise! Hello. I am an emergency author hologram. I have been programmed with a short description of this project. It had begun immediately after Part 1, but went through many iterations as the author wanted to get it right for release. Foundry downtimes delayed things further, and the author was resigned to not publishing this. And the author was resigned not publishing this before sunset. But he did, thanks to the experience of publishing Evolution Smile, SSF, and Transcendence Part 4 following the announcement. He worked with the maps he had and focused more on characters than grand sci-fi drama. Originally, the conflict was of the more traditional boss fight variety, and both Ketsa and the Outsider played the role of direct villains. To be honest, though, the author likes this ending better. But what's most important to him is that he finished this project before the Foundry goes. So with that, thank you again for playing. See you around the galaxy. And my review, a hell of a way to end the series. Very satisfying conclusion to a unique and interesting storyline. This is a prime example of why the Foundry will be sorely missed. I'm gonna do a thing real quick. Baby Spock, do, baby Spock, do. Okay. I just like to take a couple seconds to let the demo record do its thing. And then I can go in later and take an awesome screenshot of that moment. Yeah, you had posted that you had published it, I think 20 minutes before I woke up out of a dead sleep. I went to sleep at about 11 o'clock my time last night, and then I randomly, for no apparent reason, woke up right around 2:30 my time, out of the blue, could not get back to sleep, and decided to pick my phone up, check Twitter, and the first thing I saw was that you had published this. So I was like, fuck it, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go play that damn mission. So thank you for your late night. Thank you for everything you have done. It's kind of fitting that my first Foundry live stream is the mission that kind of introduced me to the Foundry. And I will be doing many more. There's a lot to the Foundry that needs to be, especially with how many people at the start of my stream came in and was like, I never really played with the Foundry. I hate to say it, it's probably the majority of STO players never messed with the Foundry except for maybe like to get endeavors and accolades and stuff like that. Which, you know, nothing wrong with that. I've done it myself. It makes it a lot easier to go kill 120 Vodwar in some Foundry grinding mission than it is to go do a TFO or something. But yes, Vtopia. This is a Foundry mission. This was the very end of a very long story arc. Duncan Idaho there in the chat is the author of what I've been playing tonight. What is it now? 6 hours. I have been doing this for almost 6 hours. It took me almost 6 hours to get through these 3 missions, but I was gall darned if I wasn't going to go find every single optional dialogue there was. But, Ilium, we'll be seeing you again sometime soon on a future replay. I'm going to have to go back and play all the other missions in the overarching storyline of this that I have not played yet. I'm spent. How about you guys? That was an emotional ending. And definitely a hell of a twist. And for those who are just jumping in or peeking in and don't really know, we're right here at the Archer system, which is not too far away from the Narendra system. If you don't have the Sally Ride, even if you don't know the reference, what it's from, you should go get that. Just jump over here. It's right over here on the map. I'm sure most people have it at this point, even if you don't know what it's from. You want to shoot over here to the Narendra system. You're going to see this little ship, the Sally Ride, chilling out here. I've already gotten it. This is a reference to another live play of a Star Trek tabletop RPG called Shield of Tomorrow. And when you encounter this person, you get a really cool science admiralty ship. So even if you don't get the reference, even if you know nothing about the Sally Ride or Shield of Tomorrow, you should go get it, because I clicked the wrong thing. Admiralty ship roster. That is not a bad Admiralty ship. But of course, I absolutely love Shield of Tomorrow, so the day they did this, I went and got it on all my characters. But anyway, I just thought that was kind of cool that the missions I've been doing were right next to that. But yeah, oh, good God, don't whack the cord to the headphones. Yeah, so Duncan Idaho, Gorgonops, thank you very much for being here throughout all this. Oh yeah, I saw that on Twitter a while back. I want to play Star Trek Adventures. I have not played a Star Trek tabletop RPG, God, probably since the late 90s, back when they had the Deep Space Nine RPG book. I don't remember what it was called. I remembered I played a Klingon Chaplain on DS9. It was kind of fun, but that was, Jesus, years ago. That was a lifetime ago for me. Whew. I don't even know what to say at this point. I was just like, it's over? You know what we could do? Anybody watching, take a wild guess what the next word I'm going to look up is. Yeah! This, I think, was the actual first Foundry mission I ever played. I read about the Foundry, and the first thing I heard about it was easy gear and EC grinding and leveling and leveling your ships, and I just stumbled upon this one somehow, and Commander Kitty, I salute you. Let's go do some Admiral Bobo. Starfleet intelligence recently discovered a pair of Klingon subspace beacons orbiting around Corvette 4 in the Hiromi sector. Our engineers believe that the beacons are, in fact, a makeshift transwarp gate. Long-range scans show the 341st Klingon battle force, under the command of Brigadier General Gavork, has amassed at the edge of the Kronos sector. Starfleet intelligence believes the Klingons are planning to use the beacons to transwarp directly in system, placing them within striking distance of New Romulus. I cannot impress upon you enough, Captain, how vulnerable the Romulans are at this time. A fleet the size Gavork has assembled could easily lay waste. Are you even listening to me, Captain? What? Oh yeah, sure. I get to blow things up, right? Just go to the Hiromi sector and stop the Klingon battle force. I know it sounds suspiciously like a difficult mission, but there is good news. There is a little surprise waiting for the Klingons. We installed tachyon emitters in the beacons to blind the ships as they arrive. I want you and the Providence to be there when that fleet arrives. Report to Earth Space Dock and allow our engineers to install tachyon inversion buffers, which should help your shields resist the worst of the field's effects. Do what you must to stop them, Captain. I and the 71st Tactical Fleet will join you as soon as we can. Good luck. Whatever you say, Commander Kitty, I'll get it done. Iberia out. Transwarp to the Sol System. Oh. Whatever you say, Commander Kitty. Like I said, this is probably my favorite Foundry mission just because of the meta and just the humor, how entertaining he wrote it. And, I should probably, as soon as the loading screen ends, I honestly don't think, and this is terrible of me, I know, I have ever looked at who the author of this was. It does not say. Sloan. Well, hopefully not Section 31 Sloan. Huh. I thought it said in here somewhere who, Anyway. I'll look after it's done. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it is. This is like, and maybe I'm exaggerating a little, just a little, but I want to say this is like Mel Brooks level parody. For those who do not know this mission that are watching, you're in for a treat. You're in for a good chuckle. And I don't even want to know how many times I've played this. Especially back when I first was getting tier 6 ships and leveling them up and... Whoo! Yeah. Warp to Corvette 4. We just received clearance to leave, Captain. The ship is ready to depart as soon as you're aboard, sir. Let's rock. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, he does. Then don't forget Ensign What's-Her-Name. And no, this, for those who don't know this, this will not take 2 hours like all the other missions I did. Baby Spock, doo. Oh, God. I'm gonna have it stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Sir, one Klingon battlecruiser has already arrived. It would seem the vessel has not detected our presence yet. Scanners show a powerful tachyon field has disabled their shields and sensors. If we're quick and a little lucky, Beacon destroy her before the rest of the fleet arrives. Do not move forward into the static field. Destroy it before they transmit our position.
Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing.
Should have brought the Miskatonic for this. Ooh. That's a lot of optional dialogue there. That's going to be fun. Enemy destroyed, sir. Long-range scanners show a second group inbound. Enemy transwarping in 3, 2, 1. Contact. Boy, are they about to have a really bad day.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing. Four shields failing.
I think that's one of my favorite things about your missions, Duncan, is just the level of detail you put into the optional dialogue. You can run through it and pew pew and just be done with it and get it done in 15, 30 minutes tops. But I don't even think I found all the optional dialogue in Apex, and that took me about 2 hours. They didn't stand a chance, sir. New contacts. Multiple enemy vessels on approach. Lock weapons. Channel your inner Chris Pine Captain Kirk and pew pew pew.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing. Shields failing.
I remember when I was lower level, I would sit and wait for all my abilities to cool down before I hit the button. That's the last of them, at least for the moment. I'm not picking up anything on long-range scanners. Captain, I don't mean any disrespect, sir, but this just feels wrong. Don't be such a pretentious twit. Just shoot her, you'll lead the next away mission as a red shirt. Captain, the last shot damaged our shields. If you have a moment to spare before the next ship arrives, I recommend sending away teams out to search for survivors. Or more importantly, useful salvage while I try and realign the shield emitters. See what you can find, but make it fast. Oh, and see if you can salvage a cup holder for my chair. Sir, new contacts. They will arrive in rapid succession. All hands, brace for impact. Get the red shirts back. Raise shields. Fire at will.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a shit-eating grin on my face right now. It has been a while since I played this one. In fact, I think this is the first time I played it on Advance. Sir, I cannot in good conscience take part in this mission any longer. Ambushing helpless vessels, enemy or not, is not one of the principles on which the Federation was founded. I am relieving myself of duty and will willingly take any punishment you deem appropriate. Go have your existential temper tantrum in the brig. Engineering, take the helm. Aye, taking the helm, sir. Another squadron emerging from transwarp now. Engage at will. And by the way, where's my cup holder? You have a good night, Duncan. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. And thank you for all your missions. Thank you for all your work and contributions. All enemies destroyed. I am showing over 40,000 dead Klingons, Orions, and Gorns, sir. No survivors. This isn't a battle, it's a slaughter. And even worse, sir, I haven't retrieved a single purple drop yet. Fear not. We will surely pick up a blue drop or two in our sworn duty to save millions of Romulans. Understood, sir. Contact. Bearing 282 Mark 12. Attack pattern Sloan 9.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing.
Nothing but green drops. I think I'm gonna be sick. Don't do it, soldier. Not on my new Mark 12 super rare console. Blarf. Love that. Shouldn't have eaten the Ferengi snail steak for lunch. Medical to the bridge. What is the nature of the medical emergency? Oh, my dear stars, what is that smell? Hope you brought a mop, Doctor. Sir, more ships incoming. Oh, Ensign Detra, I didn't notice you there. Quick, Doctor, take over firing control. Wait, what? I'm a doctor, not a... Just press the little red button, Doc. You'll do fine. I've been here the whole time, Captain. And for the record, the name is Dara. Sure thing, Ensign Derpa.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing.
Wow. When the cooldown between the dialogue is longer than the actual waves of combat. That was quite possibly the most depressing thing I have ever done. I think I'm going to go for a little stroll now, Captain. Where's the nearest airlock? Sounds great. Bring me back a cheeseburger and a chocolate shake. Someone take over Tactical. Captain, I am receiving a priority alert from Starfleet Intelligence. What now? Patch it through, Ensign Durla. Captain, the Klingons are onto us. One of the ships must have gotten a message through the tachyon field. More transwarp beacons just decloaked in orbit around Corvette 2, and the remaining Klingon ships have changed course. Get to those beacons first, Captain. Iberia out. This just keeps getting better and better. Sir, I recommend we prepare 2 isometric probes and fit them with wideband tachyon emitters. If we're quick, we might be able to reproduce the effect used here, at least for a short duration. Good idea. Glad I thought of it. Warp to Corvette 2. And the agonizingly long Foundry mission load screens. Whatever happened to when they had random screenshots and not just ads for what was in the C-store? Do you guys remember that? I remember that. Sir, we have reached Corvette 2. Who the hell are you? I'm Ensign Buckley, sir. I'm the galley chef. I will be taking temporary command of Tactical, sir. Wait, you're the cook? Well, now I know why my engineer is sick. Probes away. Dabo! The isometric probes have created a tachyon field around the beacons. You can blast the emerging ships into confetti at your command. Wow. You're a bit scary, Ensign Buckley. Target the nearest enemy ship and fire. Hack, cough, firing. I think I'm gonna dine in my quarters until we get back to Starbase 34.
Warning. Ship
to do that. All targets destroyed. Irk. Ensign Fugly? Someone check him for a pulse. Holy crap, sir. He just dropped dead. Now what? Who's left? Wait, Captain. Don't smile like that. No. No. Starfleet regulations clearly state that he is not allowed back on the bridge. To hell with regulations, Ensign. This is an emergency. Bring me Admiral Bobo. Oh, God damn it. Hit the wrong button. Yes, sir. And don't forget his leash this time. Wow. I laughed my ass off so hard at this point, the first time I played this. There's my Admiral Bobo. Time to teach these bad people a lesson, isn't it, boy? Words alone cannot hope to describe how weird this is. That's a good boy, Bobo. Press the little button just like I taught you.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing.
Because even Admiral Bobo uses keybind to spacebar. It's good enough for Admiral Bobo. It's good enough for me. Wow. More enemies approaching at high warp? Let's get 'em, Bobo! This is wrong on so many levels. Oh, Ensign, don't be jealous of the Admiral, even if he's been promoted over you 5 times in a row. I, for one, agree with Ensign Dira. Oh, shut up, you're dead.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
All enemies destroyed, you say? Good boy. Who's getting a tummy rub tonight? Yes, you are. If you two are finished, I have an incoming message from Brigadier General Gavork. What? Don't look at me that way, Captain. I'm not judging you two. Wait, what? No, it's not like that. Oh, never mind. Just patch the Klingon through. Greetings, Fleet Admiral. Finally a warrior worthy of me. You have won nothing here today in my Wait, is that a Sailot manning your tactical station? Oh, come on! Really? What, just because you can't get a targ to find its rear in the dark with a flashlight is no How dare you! My targ, Mr. Tinkles, can best that scabby flea bag any day. Mr. Tinkles to the bridge! We march to war! Oh, I know you didn't just go there. Bring it, Lumpy.
Warning. Ship is under attack. 4 shields failing. Rear shield failing. Hull integrity below 75%. Starboard shields have failed.
Ooh. Wow. Admiral Bobo really did a fantastic job pressing that little red button. Who's a good boy? Wait, what the hell am I saying? Priority alert, incoming transmission. Put it through. and give your superior officer a little scratch behind his ear. What do you mean the captain is still alive? Captain, our fleet was unavoidably delayed at the drive-thru at Burger King 9. We should be there in... No worries. Work's done. Bad guys are dead and my cargo bay is full. Life is good. Yes. Well then. Excellent work, Captain. Section 31 thanks you for your effort. What you did today will not be forgotten. Is that Admiral Bobo on the bridge again? I told you last time that animal is a clear violation of regular... Blah, blah, blah. Ensign Dina, cut the channel. Good work, Major General Admiral Bobo. I've quit better jobs than this. I'm going home. Oh, stop pouting, Ensign, whatever your name is. Try and remember to put you in my report. Auspix. That's the author's name. Well, everybody, it has been a pretty long stream, and I gotta start winding down for the night. Thank you all very much for joining me. Thank you all for showing love to the Foundry. I'm gonna be doing this some more. There's a lot of Foundry missions that deserve some attention and some love. If you missed the beginning, or if you want to go back, Twitch will replay the video later, and I am going to upload all this to YouTube probably in the next few days. I wanna get through as many Foundry missions as I can before April 11th. So, this is Grumpy Old Nord. Thank you again for showing up and spending your time with me and paying attention. Thank you to everybody that chimed in tonight. My throat is starting to give out. My voice, I should say, is starting to give out. But you guys have a fantabulous evening, night, day, whatever it is where you are. Thank you for spending time with Captain Carter and the crew of the USS Providence. Live long and prosper, my friends, and I will see you again.